Islam, Islam, Islamism. Okay, so uh Star Christina is having technical problems. I'm letting her know that I'm on. She can come in. She knows she could do. Okay, so yeah, she knows she can get in. So okay, so this is episode 9 of We the People. This is an open discussion. Hoping people from the group page come in. Maybe from some of the stuff that was written, people have questions. If not, I think I can talk to myself for an hour. Let's start with. She's restarting her computer. Let's start with Go Boston Celtics A #1. Hope I didn't just jinx them just now. But yeah, they doing the Celtics are doing it. Yeah. We were talking about my feelings last week. If anybody would like to come in, please do. As I said, open discussion. If you're in the group, a new wave of thinking, I hope maybe you might have some questions about some of the stuff that was written. You can expound on that. Other than that, I'm just gonna wing it tonight. And in winging it till Star Christina come on, because we wanted this to be about the matriarch. And so yeah, that's where I'll start winging it from, the matriarch. For everyone who don't understand, the matriarch was our way of life. And it got taken from us in the time they call slavery. The matriarch is the feminine aspect of divine beings. Yes, man, take your time, sister. The matriarch is the feminine aspect of us divine beings. And as mother, she's mom. She's the mother. I mean, we can't say anything, but she's the mother. So, with her being the mother, and you know, let's work everything in there. Trinity, the mother, the father, the child. That's the original Trinity. Love, Star. It's not even patience, Star. You doing you, and you're here before me at times. So just take your time and go ahead. So what we are is family. And here is Star Christina. Uh, I don't know. I don't know. I've What is
Greetings.
this? Are you there? Greetings.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. I can hear you now. How are you?
Okay, good. Because I'm like, nah, come. I am doing amazing, fantastic, fantabulous. If I could say it any way, that would be the way I would like to say it tonight. Because today has been kind of crazy, but it's been
Okay.
good
Yes, ma'am.
and restful. How are you?
Energetic, feeling good, loving life. Everything is everything is everything. Just, moving forward. That's all I can say.
Good.
So, do you think any of the side stars will be joining us tonight?
Well, not directly. I do not believe, no one has confirmed with me to come on. Without a buddy. She called me today and she was like, I want to come onto your show and listen or whatever. And I was like, it'd be nice if you did. And she was like, well, I just want to get kind of like a summary, a little snippet, like of what you're going to be talking about and things like that. I said, well, we don't exactly have a topic for tonight. I said, but I really just kind of want to bring in the side stars, the women. You know what I'm saying? So that the women can start coming forward. I said, see, we have these conversations all the time. I got notes upon notes upon notes about, with dealing with conversations that I've had with the other women in the background. But you very rarely see you see women speaking out loud, but a lot of those things that are being spoken are gossip, um, following the lives of other people, very little of dealing with who we are as individuals and who we are collectively, and the significance of our individual work piecing together in unity as a collective unit of women who are moving forward for our growth and development. And so she was like, "Ooh, Christine, I thought you on to something. I like that." That's what she told me. And so I was like, "Yeah, I really kind of wanted to even bring in some of the things that we had spoken about. Nothing, personal, personally identifying, but I said it would be interesting to hear some of the topics that we discuss in conversation in the back scene, because I'm sure there are many other women and side stars who are familiar with the topic or can gain something from that topic, or that communication altogether. So I thought it
And,
would be nice to have that discussion today or tonight.
and so even to the point where
You were saying something?
starting with tonight, the conversation should get to a point where I just end up blocking my screen out and then I just become a listener. And then maybe once a month, a show strictly for the side stars, but then even a spinoff, a totally different show just for the side stars to come and do exactly what you're saying. Maybe some of them might even feel uncomfortable thinking that I'll be here right now in their conversation. And I tell y'all, I'm confident in me. I don't have to be here while y'all talking. I don't have to hear the things that y'all have to say to each other. It's for y'all.
It's nice to have you here, because you offer protection and also some reasoning and logic within the communication. You know what I'm saying? And it's not that you would have to be here all the time or basically.
Well, yeah, I just want to make that clear for
Is
them
the
so
sound
that they can.
going? Okay.
Yes, it did.
And
You
it's
said
nice to
bouncing in and
bounce
out.
information off of the male perspective. Hmm.
Well,
We're having
okay, so
technical
even in that,
difficulties, obviously. When I logged in earlier, when I was coming to set it up, I seen this little note that popped up that said something about sound or the mic, and I didn't read it. You know what I'm saying? I thought it was one of my little pop-ups, but as I was clicking the X button is when my brain began to register that that was something that I probably should have paid attention to or so I don't know what's going on with StreamYard tonight. but we're gonna bear with it and move forward and keep going like we usually do. So, how was your
Yes,
week?
ma'am. I don't even know how to describe it. It was just, uh, well, my cousin losing her man. He went to a family party,
And
and some people
okay.
from somebody somewhere else came shooting at somebody else and shot him in the back and killed him. And this guy went to work every day.
Oh, wow.
Went to work
That's
every day.
bad.
He was good to my cousin, and now he gone. And then people
I'm
say
so
like,
sorry to hear that.
you, ain't it crazy though? He was a good dude. He was a real good dude. So it's like, was you a gangster or something back in the day, and God got you back, or you had your comeuppance to be killed like this in the street? Did you set somebody up years ago, and now you got it like this, or is this just the one of them freak things where again an innocent person, a hardworking person, for nothing? Because
That
if it's
is
the latter,
crazy.
and if
Yeah.
it's the latter, an innocent person got killed for nothing, and then people, oh, you got an attitude. This is my attitude. This is my attitude. Nobody deserves to be in this type of danger at all. No time, nowhere, no place. Freaking crazy, man. But other than that,
That is crazy.
I had a party this week. I party every day. And I don't mean doing drugs either. I mean, I got a guitar. I got a football game, board game. I made it into a chess game. I got my little racing cars. Wait a minute. Oh, I can't find. Oh, yes, I can. I got my little, and it so it take like 3 days to play one game. That's a silver car. I love open wheels. I don't know where my hand is. Oh, I love open wheel cars. That's one set.
Okay.
Here go the other set. And I
Okay.
sit
So
there
do
and
you
roll my
make
dice
them or
for
do they
hours and
come
watch.
like that?
Oh no, they came like that, and I painted the number on there, which it don't even look like the number. I did it with a toothpick, so I will try. I'm gonna scrape that off and try something else,
Okay.
make the numbers clearer.
There. Okay then. Well, I heard what you were saying a little bit in your introduction about the matriarch, but then I got cut off and I didn't hear everything that you were saying as far as that's how we started and we were family. Uh, let me hear what you were saying, please.
Okay. The point was that the matriarch is the loss of the matriarch is how we got to where we are today. The matriarch was
Okay.
prior to the patriarch, the paternal way of life, the paternal way of thinking, the man way of thinking, and
Yeah.
so as I speak, like I try to clear the lane for us lawfully so that we know the things that we're saying. Like you never hear me, and if I do, it's a slip of the tongue. You never hear me refer to us as male and female, because in law, those are farm animals. Those are domesticated animals, male and female. So you would always hear me to use the terms masculine and feminine because that's our proper the proper term for us. So
Right.
as as this masculine and feminine form, the masculine admits I have a mother. And beyond all the stuff like men and women want to argue about and stuff, my mom gets all the respect that you say you want. Like we had an argument, you're a woman, my mother gets that respect. So giving you that respect is not a problem for me, but my mom gets that respect. See, so that's a
Right.
whole bunch. As far as I'm concerned, that's a whole bunch cut down as far as what we're talking about and what we're dealing with. Um, but the matriarch is collectively all of the feminine aspects of us that are on this earth. So the Trinity, mother, father, child, mommy's lap is the original throne. Mommy's lap is the original place of learning and understanding and understanding of self in order to come out here and survive. And in order for these religions, these paternal religions, to survive, they had to get rid of that maternal order. They had to get rid of mommy putting her foot down and everything going the way mommy said, the way the women said inside of a
Mm-hmm.
community, and get rid of the hard-headed men who were willing to defend the women. And so they did that with their holy books and then their armies, militaries. You know, I was even listening to the news, and right now in the Southern Baptist Church, they're arguing about whether or not women can be in the pulpit. Oh, women can't talk about God.
They still talking like that.
They got a big case going on with it now.
That is
The
crazy.
Southern Baptists are saying that they can't, that women can't be in the church speaking, and so there's dilemma within that, within them saying that the women can't speak. There's dilemma within that. But the whole thing is, women speak, women talk. Women, we've all been dumbed down, but our women have been abused down more so than dumbed down. You say the men abused too. When I was growing up, we used to say things like, a man could sleep in the dirt, get up out of the dirt, and still be a man. But a woman can't sleep in the dirt and get up and still be a woman. She'll be tarnished. We used to say, I used to hear that kind of stuff, and I as those adults around me said it, that's the kind of like what I gravitated to, because that means
Right.
I got to do whatever I got to do, but the woman shouldn't have to do whatever she got to do because she has men around her. How she get here? I mean, she got a navel. How she get here? There's a man and a woman, so that man being around her, protecting her, should keep her from having to do whatever it is she doesn't have to do or she shouldn't have to do. But in order for the matriarch now to be the matriarch has to build itself back up. It has to find its footing in its way. And
I agree.
we can talk about, well, what is their way or what would they do? Well, first thing is the first part you're already doing. See, you're already a mother, you're already giving Kieran love. So we can't say anything on that. The parts we are looking for, and now from a masculine perspective, at looking at us going forward, when we go through the history of all the different levels of the matriarch, what law is and where it came from, and we start realizing that, well, one of the first laws ever written was called Ma'at, and there was a 42 laws where my inner self was being controlled. So I did not, I did not, I did not. What were the affirmations that you said? And you said those things. I didn't steal without hurting anyone. And you stole? Well, let's be real, people. Except for these paychecks, run around here on this land, everybody about to become thieves, ain't they? The way this stuff going, everybody. So I didn't hurt nobody while I was trying to eat. But everybody about to be put in a thievery position, right? That's what we see. That we did a show a couple of weeks about when things go bad. I mean, honestly, how many brothers They know that the UN truck is getting robbed for the food that they were supposed to get. The next time the UN truck come, guess who's standing at the UN truck? My family getting theirs, and the part that we missed last time, we getting that too.
Okay.
So what? So now, before we get there, we have a chance to secure it all. That means we all have a job to do. So when it comes to the matriarch is like our Supreme Court of justice. That's what the matriarch is. Then there's the elders also, but women. Let's say the feminine, your working age. You should be a part of the matriarch, and you should be going into little councils to talk about our laws and where do our laws come from. So we have several constitutions, not the United States Constitution. We have several of our own constitutions. And what the Supreme Court Justice of the United States, what those judges do is they read the Constitution, and then when cases are being had and made, they write down whether or not those cases follow the Constitution. And that's what one of the services that my aunt should be giving us, telling us, are we live? Is what y'all doing? Does it follow the Constitutions? Does it meet the love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice standards that we're setting? Does it have a negative effect on anybody? And that's my aunt's call. But that's part of what needs to be done. And then my aunt set up the courts all across the land. North, Central, and South America set up the courts all across the land. Have the side stars as judges. And then this is where we go from here. But it starts with, you have to be able to digest and regurgitate our Constitution, shuns in every manner and facet of law that we would design around ourselves. Then you also need to have an idea of the United States Constitution and other foreign constitutions to compare ours with and what's going on, and know the reason why that group is having a problem and why we might have a problem later. That's what judges do. So you would demonstrate that.
So basically, you would have to be one who is studied and researched in basically law in order to
Constitution, our Constitution, not law.
Okay, so Constitution.
Yes, you, and anything that I, like a Caesar, a Sheik, or anybody else start talking about, no, this is law, we're going to exercise that. Is it constitutional? Now my aunt Supreme Court Justice is now in charge of making sure that it fits our constitutions. If their law don't fit our constitution, it's unconstitutional law, you kick it out. So there's no way people could walk around here and say and have, well, women can't women can't administer for God. What do you mean women can't administer for God? That doesn't sound constitutional according to the divine constitution and bylaws of Prophet Noble Drew Ali, according to the zodiac constitutions that come from over there, and according to any other my aunt, according to my aunt, you're unlawful to say that a woman can and can't administer towards the Creator.
Well, that's been a old age argument for a long time going, and I'm kind of surprised that it's still a topic of conversation, honestly, because there's so many women who have stepped up and have been speaking and have been reaching both men and women with the message, from the Creator
denomination
than themselves. So yeah, right. Okay, so what denomination is this who's posing this question?
Southern
whatever.
Baptist.
Ugh, really?
Yeah. Did I
So
just bring
that's,
Martin Luther King back to the table?
I
Excuse me
mean,
for being rude.
that is crazy because the South is so slow to change, and it's always been like that. Like the South has their own way of doing things, and they ain't too quick to change routine of behaviors. And it's actually kind of sad. And I'm like, okay, we're gonna run everybody from down south.
Well, see, to me, when I hear these type of things, I also know that in the Vatican they didn't allow women to be popes, and a lot of these churches are connected to the Vatican. I don't care which
Mm-hmm.
denomination they're connected back. So, for you to have that within your culture from the Vatican, and I emphatically state that the Abrahamic faiths, the Israelites, the Muslims, and the Christians, they're the ones who tore down our side stars first through their teachings and through their prophets. They belittle our side stars and put them on a lower level
Mm-hmm.
because the women weren't allowed. And even into, so people say, well, that's cultural over there in Arabia when they do the different things. No, but this is a people. And then when you look at how everything goes inside of their homes, so one afternoon, about 2 years ago, I went outside my front door. I think I just went outside to smoke a cigarette. And while I'm standing on the porch, I see a Arab woman, and she's struggling to get the suitcase in the trunk of the car.
Right.
So the woman driver got out the car to go help her. I see both of them, they grab it and they I said, hold up, I could just throw these in there in 2 seconds and let them get on their business. I go over there, there's a man standing on the other side of the car with his arms folded, yet doing his head just like that, watching them work. Y'all, oh
Wow.
my God, oh, you disgust me. Oh, you really piss me off. You letting these, and so this is, and he's a Muslim. So don't tell me about their culture, because being a Muslim, he can help his culture. And and through it, he abuses the women. He's gonna stand there and watch those women struggle like that. Disgusting. And so those three faiths began destroying women. And then we see how corporate world picked it up throughout the 20s and the 30s and everything that it seems as if women have to fight for today in order to be on an equal footing or equal level with these male figures that are around them. And I used that word right that time. I used it on purpose. I used the
Right.
word male on purpose for what I'm saying. I was being rude just now.
I get that because see, when I use the word female, it's almost like I ain't like to be, because in the army they call you female. You know what I'm saying? And I always felt like it was a sign of disrespect to call me a female. So when I use female, I mean to be disrespectful because you're not acting in the capacity of a woman. You are acting like a female. That's what you acting like. So um that's why I purposely like to say women. And even if I'm filling out applications or any type of paperwork and they ask me what my gender is, I have put on paperwork woman. I am a
Nah,
woman.
uh, I don't know. Have you seen any of the let's say within the last 3 to 4 years, they actually had congressional people, senators, and some of them were of the feminine form. They would ask them, well, what's the definition of a woman? And these people stood there blankly talking about they don't know.
I don't think people really do know anymore. They spending so much time trying to redefine what a woman is rather than just embrace what a woman is, because a woman is as a woman is.
But what
Not so
is the
much
definition of
does,
a woman?
but is. What
So
is the
what would you say the
definition of a woman?
definition of a woman is?
Um a woman is let me see. I got this Sacred Woman, and I haven't listened to it in a very long time. And I have it here to play tonight because I wanted to play it aloud, and I wanted to actually hear it in the presence of the people tonight. So I want to play that song, and maybe that will answer a question that I've already answered in words that I can't gather right on the spot right now. But see, this is why I do my music also, because my music, I answer these questions ahead of time. So then when I practice my own music, I can understand and internalize the message that was given to me in ways of explaining what these terms mean to me. Um, Also, before I play the song, can I read you a poem, not all the way put together, but something that I wrote right off the top of my head? I haven't perfected it or anything like that. It's a straight drop. So I'll
And we encourage you, the viewer, to come on here and do the same thing. Let us hear your poems, your poetry, and your music. As long as there's not a whole bunch of cussing and belittling people in it, we'll listen. We
I
want to
do
hear it.
have some I do have some cussing in some of my songs, but it's
It-
not crazy.
overt. Yeah, it's not
Yeah.
overt.
So here we go. This is the poem that I wrote the other day. Actually May 29th. I wrote this. Um while in conversation with my best friend Jamie. So said we on some healing now. Good things about sisters. We get to learn from one another, bouncing ideas from mind to mind, from minds to yours, having conversations about motherhood from both ends of the spectrum, as the mother and the child, discussing dilemmas about what's cooking for dinner, knowing we don't want anyone else, knowing what we want, nobody else will eat, and what they want, mom don't mom don't want. So let me start over, because like I said, I wrote it and I ain't read it back to myself. So we on some healing now. Good things about sisters. We get to learn from one another, bouncing ideas from mind to mind, from minds to yours, having conversations about motherhood from both ends of the spectrum, as the mother and the child, discussing dilemmas about what's cooking for dinner, knowing what we want, nobody else will eat, and what they want, mom don't want. So now we got to compromise. We on some healing now. Sisterhood building. We are the village now. We're nation building. We're coming out of the darkness. We are the daughters of the matriarch. That's the good thing about sisters. We build each other up. Or we build each other up, yes. So that's it. And apparently that's not finished, but I thought that was nice.
Wow,
I wanted to share that. So that's what I be doing. And so I'm on the phone. I be talking to my side stars, my sisters, those ones that are close to me. And I'm always writing things down because I believe that our conversations are relevant, and that even though we don't see where we're going necessarily, we everything that we put into the ethos is brewing for something great and special down the road. and we're preparing the path of where we are wanting to go. So this song right here is Sacred Woman. Like I said, I haven't listened to it, so just listen with kind ears. It's one of my first words. So here we go.
Sisters, we must follow the wise counsel of our sacred women, the ones who came ahead of us to lead the way. That motherhood is sacred. Shout out to Queen Afua for the book on sacred women. Sacred Woman by Queen Afua.
Meditate on the
Sacred
womb.
Woman. How you raising your
Meditate
children,
on the
your
womb.
babies, your offspring.
Meditate on the womb.
Can't hear anything.
Meditate on the womb. Meditate on the womb. You gotta meditate.
Motherhood is sacred.
Meditate on the womb. The wellness of the womb.
It's sacred.
Wellness
It's sacred. It's sacred.
Meditate on the womb.
It's sacred.
Meditate on the womb.
Motherhood is sacred. Take care of our offspring. Teach them self-love. Give them responsibility.
Meditate
Teach
on
them
the womb.
about personal hygiene. How to live
Meditate on the
clean.
womb.
We must protect our babies at all costs. Our babies are depending on us to not fall
depending
short
on us. They
of love, but
depending
love
on
them
us.
properly. Properly loving them.
Your place. Rise, mom. Rise up
Motherhood is
high.
sacred, sacred. Motherhood is it's sacred.
Meditate on
It's
the
sacred.
womb.
Motherhood is sacred, sacred.
Meditate
Motherhood
on the womb.
is sacred,
Meditate on
sacred.
the womb. Meditate on the womb. Meditate on the womb.
Motherhood is it's sacred. It's sacred.
You gotta visualize a well womb daily.
Love them properly for their well-being and proper growth and development.
Meditate on the
Sacred
womb.
woman, stand up. Stand up, sacred woman, stand up. Remember, we must guide them on a straight path
Meditate on the womb.
and be a
Meditate
guiding
on the
light. Guiding light on a straight path. Remember who you are, sacred woman. Remember who you are.
Affirm yourself.
Motherhood is sacred, sacred.
Meditate.
Motherhood is sacred.
Meditate.
Sacred woman, affirm yourself.
Meditate on
In the words of Queen Afua, meditate on the womb wellness. Visualize a well womb daily upon the rising and the setting of the sun. For what you see and breathe into your soul, you become.
You become
What you breathe into your soul, you become.
You
What
become.
you see and breathe into your soul is what you become.
What
So
you
be
become.
cautious to
Be
what
cautious.
you consume through your senses.
All
Take in
five.
positivity. Get rid of negativity.
No more
And
negativity.
live life free, stress free. Remember
Live
you
your
are
life
sacred woman to be. Affirm yourself.
meditate on the womb.
Queen
Meditate
Afua
on
said,
the womb.
meditate on the womb wellness. Visualize the well womb daily upon the rising and the setting of the sun. For what you see and what you breathe into your soul, you become.
You will become
Mom.
stress free.
Rise up,
Live
moms.
your life free. Meditate on the womb.
Islamism, meditate on the womb, because that is the root word for woman, the womb. And that is the definition of a woman. So they can't get it confused. They can't mix it up. They can't. Just if it ain't no womb over there, that is not a woman. It is not a girl. It is not a she. There is no womb. Without a womb, you cannot have those pronouns at all, period. They don't belong to you. They belong to somebody with a womb.
And you want to know something? Let me say something to that, because I think it's significant. There's no hate against what people choose. There's no judgment on what people choose. Do you? But that's just like
Please.
people, that's just, you know what I'm saying? That's just like what it sounded like to me when you said that. It's just like when the identity of peoples were taken. Now the focus is to take away the identity of the woman, because if the woman has no identity, the generations that follow will carry on with no identity, altogether no identity. Like, we still identify as so-called misnomer blacks and African Americans, a lot of the masses, many people, the general population chooses those terms because the general population has been schooled by the colonizers. So when you break the thing down and take your personal opinions or emotions, not opinions, but your personal emotions out of it, and you look at the facts of what has taken place in history and how it's led up to be what it is today, the agenda is a continued works of soap, staged, orchestrated, activated, presented events that have been concentrated on destroying the people's minds and taking away their identity. So if you don't know who you are, you ain't, there's, what are you gonna do in life? So I did get the book Sacred Woman by Queen Afua, right? She's highly revered by many, you know, and she's one who is worthy of looking into and studying what her works entail. But I got this book because I wanted to understand what another woman thought in reference to sacred femininity or sacred womanhood. And so this book says, I dedicate Sacred Woman to the first mothers and healers of the planet. The African woman is spelled Afrakan. Now, I've never seen it spelled like that before. But she spells it that way here. And women globally who are in need of wellness. So, to become a sacred woman, you must have a mindset of wellness, wanting to heal. And as you heal yourself, you can heal others, because you can't help anyone do anything that you haven't done first. Because how are you going to help them navigate their way through? And look, we have side star Sasha Bay watching. If she's still
Islamism.
on, greetings to you, high heaven. And so the next page goes on to say, I am a distinctive, beautiful flower and a healing herb with a heart, a mind, breast, buttocks, and a womb. I come with sacred earth medicine to heal myself. Now, see, I just saying that. You got to be able to heal yourself. So, one of the second names that was given to me in my spiritual awakening of asking my mission, assignment, and purpose here, in this body, in this form. Why was I chosen to do what I have been chosen to do? And how do I become what I've been shown I am to become? Like, what work do I have to do? Who do I need to get in touch with? who has the next tool or the next key for me to see where I'm going. And so this has been a journey. It has been a puzzle that reveals itself with every new piece. And I'm continuing to find pieces within myself. But the second name that was given to me was Heal from Within. And I had to go within to figure out what that meant for me. And so in that process, I was studying the Bible because that was my resource book, my that's where I come from. So I learned how to read and decipher the message that was embedded within that source. And it led me to other sources which had no religious base in it whatsoever. So it was the first grounds to step upon to learn the truth. And the truth I was looking for was within me. So now I'm hearing feedback.
You are?
So yeah, it just like happened. So I don't know why I wrote this in this book, but I wrote in this book on March 29th of 2022, President Biden signed the Anti-Lynching Act. Emmett Till. 2YK was a reverse spell on women. I don't know why I wrote that, but it must be significant to everything, right? There's a message in that. And so if you can find it, give us some feedback on it. You know what I'm saying? Because that meant something to somebody at this time.
You said you wrote that in 22?
Yeah.
2 years ago.
2 years ago.
And so we see what we're going through.
And then look, it says the first thing I saw was anew. And here at a new wave of thinking, spelled I spaced it with the new, but I had everything in me was telling me to put that together, but I didn't listen. I wanted to make it, I don't know. And that's so crazy because see, that was me showing separation, not unity. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. So, wow. All right, so now check it out. So she writes this quote, and the quote comes from Papyrus of Anu. I'm gonna read what it says. Sacred women, we are called. We are the women who lighten the darkness. And I just said, let me just read. We have come to lighten the darkness. It is lightened. We have overcome the destroyers. We are there for those who weep, who hide their faces, who sunk down. They looked upon us then. We are the women. We are the healers. They looked upon us then. We are there for those who weep, who hide their faces, who sunk down. They looked upon us then. We are the women. We are the healers. So it's like to say they looked upon us then was like everything you started out with and the change and and what we came from to how we got to where we are. Because we were matriarchal societies, and they took that status and it became a patriarchal society. And Mandela Khan will always say, the sins of the fathers. We're living in the sins of our fathers. And this is why we must get back to a matriarchal way of living, because to honor the mother is to honor life, to honor the life givers. How can you not honor that which has given you life? Because a decision could have changed your whole trajectory into this human experience.
And so, like you said, to each his own with his lifestyle.
Right.
But to be on my white horse and be out here at war, I'm just gonna tell the truth. Gay men wanting to take the place of the women is how we got here and what we're dealing through. This whole agenda comes from gay men. Then you have women, gay or not, who just either don't trust men or don't like men. And it seems to be these type of groups that are coming together to talk about the rest of us and how the rest of us need to deal with life in the world and associate with each other. And I apologize if y'all think I'm rude to y'all, but y'all are rude to us as a heterosexual masculine form. Y'all are rude to us. I remember when
this is good.
I was called
this needs to be said.
You ever hear that term, a male chauvinistic pig?
Yes.
And so in the 70s and early 80s, I was a male chauvinistic pig by other people's words. And, you know, I was only 15, 16 years old. I was younger than that in the 70s when I heard it, but I was 15 in 1980. And I was a male chauvinist pig, according to the adults around me. And I didn't know what these women meant when they said it, but I was a male. Why? Because I said, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. Because, thank you. And so these people, they've been abused. Or they say hurt people.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah. Look, I just wrote down here, an unhealed heart is a dangerous heart. And it is here that danger is lurking in a hurting heart, in an unhealed heart. It's a dangerous place. Yes, I wrote that June 5th. Hurt from things that happened in childhood that was never talked about. A lot of people suffer from not speaking on things and telling the truth. I heard something on social media. Someone said, I was taught to remain silent. I'm paraphrasing, but I realized later in life, who was that silence protecting? Because it wasn't protecting me.
Sure
when
enough.
I remained silent, it was protecting the person that harmed me. So the more I'm quiet, the more you feel at peace in your life. And I'm a problem because you see you know what you did. You know what happened. You know. But then you made me out to be the problem. When I was the one who was hurt or harmed in the process. And you judge me from afar because you refuse to tell the truth.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
Now you wanna demark me. You know what I'm saying? You wanna X me out and talk bad about me and keep negative things and cycle conversations about me. Because you don't want nobody to ever believe the truth that I have.
In order for you to be whole, you have to forgive them. Kick rocks.
Yeah. Like,
Kick rocks. I forgive you. Forgive you. As long as you inhale and exhale the way you before you violated me, as long as you're still inhaling and exhaling, you should be thankful every day. Can you forgive yourself for the hurt you brought me?
that part right
I ain't
there.
gotta forgive nothing.
Because I forgave myself for feeling like
Letting
it was
you
my
hurt me.
fault. Yeah, for like it was my fault that you did what you did. Because you find me attractive. So now I feel self-conscious about my looks and appearance because you improperly found me attractive, and that didn't do good for me. That actually made me turn away from what you found beautiful because that was disgusting what you did. So now I got to deal with the conflict within myself on why you did a disgusting act to something you said was beautiful or you thought was beautiful. So now my perception of what beauty is beauty causes pain. And then what they say, beauty is pain. Right?
Even that is hateful. She can't help the way she looked. Neither can he. So because we're beautiful, we're the ones who get hurt.
Yeah.
That ain't fair.
That's not fair.
That's not fair because we're beautiful.
The beautiful people of the world. This is the cause of all the beautiful ones. You know what I'm saying? All the beautiful ones come forth and be beautiful in peace.
I guess in some circles, this would be a black sheep conversation.
Of course. Of course. And I love it because you want to know what? This is what people not talking about. This is what people talk about in behind the scenes. You know what I'm saying? Like I do.
Yes, ma'am.
Like you do. Like we do. You know what I'm saying? So look, I keep my notes because I know that this information is relevant. And I know that it's valid. And at some point, we got to talk about these things. And so it was just this week that I was like, you know what? I want to talk about some of these things that I have written down in the midst of having different conversations with different women on all spectrums of life. I know people from my childhood. I know people from the Army. I know, and when I say people, I'm talking about other women that I network with in my personal life. Like they for real feel me, you know, because we continue to talk. And I got to feel them because we continue to talk, because I ain't letting nobody waste my time. You know what I'm saying? You're not finna waste my time. I done all that time wasting conversation. You know what I'm saying? I done spent 3 to 5 hours on the phone with other women, just talking and building and creating stuff. And then look, I'm here, I'm like, okay, what happened? What, we building something? And I understand things change, but if we started something and we didn't get to the finish point, that means we need to come in and tag, see what's going on. You know what I'm saying? And what we couldn't complete and why we was at this stopping point is possibly because we're waiting for another side star to come into the picture to add that piece, because she already been doing her work. We ain't waiting on nothing. Everybody already done worked up to this point to meet. So we just need to really just open ourselves up to come to the table to have these conversations. I'm willing to have these types of conversations. I could talk about everything and anything, but if you don't never talk to me, you ain't never gonna know. And that's just all it is. And that's me.
You see,
every day, all day.
That's the sad part about us as a people. Not the fact that we don't go for psychiatric help, but we don't talk to each other, and we judge each other off somebody else's idea of who we're supposed to be. Like the first time my youngest son went to cry, and somebody around him told him not to cry, don't be a man, don't cry. I told him, no, if you crying right now, let your tears out. You don't do it in front of everybody, but you let your tears out. So later on, you don't take those undropped tears and really tear into something. Then everybody looking at you like you crazy and you done lost your mind. But don't let none of these raggedy people tell you to cry. If that's what it brought you to, then let it out. But just go in private and let it out. Because if you hold it, if you bottle it up, your emotions inside, one day you're gonna explode. And when you do explode,
that part right there. That's
and people think I don't know.
Sisters and brothers behind the walls. Because
yes,
there
ma'am.
was untamed emotions.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And I had to learn to let mine out, because if I didn't, I'd probably be doing 50 to life right now.
Well,
but I let it out because I knew
that wasn't your route.
Huh? No, that was I'm being real. I had to let mine out, because other than that, I was gonna flip the whole script on everybody, judges, police. I didn't care. I have no care. None. And then when the psychiatrist was talking to me, do you realize what you're saying? I just said it, didn't I? Didn't you just hear the words come out of my mouth? And what makes you think that that's normal? I said, well, for the reason why I'm saying it, was that normal? He just sat there looking at me. Yeah, okay, then since that wasn't normal, don't expect a normal response. You're gonna get what you're looking for. Yo.
Okay.
I'm telling you.
Me too, then. Me too. Look, I done came a long way, and I'm grateful for the Army. I promise you, I'm grateful for the Army. The Army disciplined me because I was a little wild. I was just out there, and not making the best decisions. You know what I'm saying? And I had to do something. I saw a flash. I saw it one day. The cops was gonna stop me. They were gonna find something that didn't belong to me, and it was gonna be put on me, and I was gonna be gone. I saw it. When I saw it, I called the recruiter's office. I said, "Hey, look, you ain't gotta tell me nothing. Just tell me what it's time. I'm ready to go." 2 weeks, I was gone. And after that, they came up with what they call the Jump Out Boys. And the Jump Out Boys was all over the hood. Okay? I left right when they was implementing the Jump Out Boys. Because, see, where I grew up at is where I used to hang at. And that used to be county. And the police couldn't go over there messing with nothing that was going on over. You could shoot somebody dead in the street. And the police couldn't have nothing to do with it. Mobile, Alabama, Mobile Terrace.
Okay.
Mobile Terrace off Cody Road. And when the state got involved with the county business, they meshed together. Now the cops was all over them. And I left right before it happened.
I remember the Jump Out Boys. They called them something else up here. But because see, I remember them, but I never deal with none of them. None of them ever jumped out on me. And the one time I think the police did jump out on me, I just stood there looking at them. They looked at me and then got back in the van and went about their business. What did you think? I was gonna run? I'm not running anywhere. I'm too cool to run. If it's not football or basketball, what am I running for? I'm not running through the street. Have you chasing me in the buildings and stuff? And this ain't no movie. I'm not running up to the 3rd floor trying to get away from you. What the heck is wrong with these people, man?
Well, look.
I'm on an adventure.
Yes, life is an adventure. So, I noticed something, right? So I'm about to do a transition here. Because I love how we talking, you know what I'm saying? But we also still have to make this point that we started with, and that's number one. We are navigating back into a matriarchal way of living, which is a higher status of existence. Even lawfully, they can't uh, pursue any issues or problems against a matriarchal lifestyle, because that is the original plan of existence here. That's the ultimate law. That was the creator of common law. And it was the men that were to go forward and make common law a thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't have the words, these intelligent words. I don't have them all the time. But you understand what I'm saying. Those who do have that mind to speak that language know what I'm saying by definition of what I'm speaking on. So you got to know the procedure to understand that I understand. I just can't say all the words.
So when you're speaking of the matriarch and what the matriarch does, and then when you speak of the masculine form coming in, we enforced the laws set by the matriarch.
That part. Okay, see, that's why I love this balance right here, because that was exactly, and that wasn't even planned. That just was, it made sense, and it played out the way it was supposed to play out. You know what I'm saying? Okay, that was beautiful. So this is what I wanted to see. Okay, remember I shared the what I wrote down in March of 2022 about the President Biden signing the Willie Lynch Act, anti-lynching act, and that was in 2022. Now, in Sacred Woman, the one of the first paragraphs in the book, she says, Sacred Woman has touched women folk everywhere. The ancient mothers answered our call to heal us, answered our call to heal us, to overcome our pained body, to overcome Willie Lynch's command to divide and conquer, to overcome the legacy of those stolen from ancient Africa, the motherland, to overcome Jim Crow, colonization, domination, social injustices, broken homes, and broken hearts. She said, down some, my friend and comrade Lloyd Strayhorn, a world-renowned astro-numerologist and author of Numbers and You, forecast that the year 2000 was the opening, the era, the rise of the woman. So I thought it was very interesting that it was mentioned in this book, and that's why I wrote, because I said I don't know why I wrote that. Now I know why I wrote that, because I read this part of the book, and at the time that I was opening this, like I said, it's on the first page, the introduction, and at the time that I was reading this is when that information came out. So I was like, well, that's pretty interesting that he would sign the Anti-Lynching Act, the Emmett Till Act is what it's called. And so I'm like, that's crazy. So 2000, so that's what I said, 2YK was a reverse spell on women. So we can continue to move that energy of that spell reversal in our healing. And to be healed, to go through the healing process, or to be in the healing process, is what creates the sacred women, and the sacred women are the matriarch. It's like you won't even accept yourself as a matriarchal woman if you're not in the healing process, because you haven't even begun to understand who you are for real. You still sick. You still temporarily mentally insane. You think you black and you proud. And it's okay to grow up from terminologies, ideologies, and different forms of language and understanding. If we understand that colonization took place, and we understand that in the process of that colonization, all these different systems were created in the process, and once they had completed the development of these systems, now they let you go. So now we don't know what to think about who we are and where we are, but as we begin to unfold and come into some truth, as we grow older and come into knowledge and information, you can't be wise if you're not applying the knowledge and information that you are downloading. So when you download information and you don't apply it to your life, then you're just like an information trap. You just collecting data for no reason and not doing anything with it. You know what's right, but you choose to push restart. You choose not to push restart. You're just gonna let it sit there and let the viruses eat up the information, and that's going nowhere. So now what you know you're not doing, so you become a part of the problem rather than a part of the solution. So anyway, we're still sick as a people, and the whole point of a new wave of thinking is to see the light and to turn the light on and keep it on. And the only way you can keep your light on is to get into the sun, because that's the solar power, as we are solar beings, energetically fed by what comes from the sun.
And so I really, after that right there, see, I'm gonna say this again. My best work is done when all I have to do is be silent. The only reason why I'm not going to be silent right now is to show that this is what the Pope in the Southern Baptist Church, this is the position that they, as men, as males, they didn't want to find themselves in a position where the woman speaks and they don't have nothing to say. They couldn't deal with that. It made them feel ashamed that that could happen, that a woman could get up there and speak and then, oh, nobody's listening to me. However, Caesar is not that vain. Caesar will sit there with the sword in hand next to the horse, ready to go for the matriarch. When the matriarch is speaking and leading like this, because that's an awakening for the youth, for all of us, masculine, feminine form. It's an awakening. So we see what yesterday brought us. We see where we are today. And so now, Sai Star Ma'at has just given some good jewels. So are you going to act like the iPhone from 2009? Or are you going to act like the iPhone they're about to pop out for 2025 and come out with a whole new idea about who you are, what you do, and how you do. I yield the
I
floor.
love that.
Thank you, Side Star. That was beautiful, Side Star.
Oh, thank you. That was beautiful what you just said, because I'm like, that was a nice way to look at it. Um, yeah. Are you gonna be the old model or the new model? Like we're going to spend all this money on something new and then don't appreciate what we already have. You know what I'm saying? So I had to learn that lesson today in real time. I received a no today. The answer was no. And I was like, okay, well, even though I want something, it's not the right time for me to have something, that's something. And so I need to be grateful that I'm able and that I do have in operation what I'm operating, and I need to be continue to take care of it and make the proper preparations so you can't tell me no. I needed to have a no today so I can continue to move forward, so then you can't tell me no. That was motivation for me. So I spent the day after they told me no. I came and I got me some rest. I just went. I'm in peace. So now I'm resting. So because that rest is gonna push me forward in full energy to go on here and do what I need to do, because there's nothing stopping me. No limiting thoughts there, because you didn't told me no. So now I got to go work for what I want, right? That's my mindset. So anyway, um,
And let me ask you a question. Have you ever
yes.
studied sales as employment?
Uh, no, but I've been told I could be a good salesperson.
One of the first things that you have to know is you're going to hear 100 no's before you hear a yes. And don't get
Yeah.
excited about that yes that come early, because you're going to hear 100 no's before you hear a yes. I learned that at 16 years old. I used to run out there to collect no's just because I knew that yes was coming. And once I
Yes.
got the yes, I'm a flow with it now. I'm a flow. So it ain't nothing wrong with a no. The only thing that beats a failure is not trying.
That part.
That part.
And so I'm glad you understood that, because I have too purposely collected the no's because I knew a yes was coming. Like, you ain't gonna keep telling me no. Like, cause that when you hear no, that just put that made me go into beast mode. Like, I'm on a whole nother level now. You can't even see me, cause I'm somewhere else now. When I come back, I will not be the same. I may not be at the right point of change, but when you see me next, I will not be the same. I'm never the same, because I'm continuing to do the work. I don't ever stop doing the work. I just stop. I just change who I'm working with if it's necessary. All right. So okay. So I got some things up in here that's highlighted, and so I like the way this book starts out. But it's a guide to healing the feminine body, mind, and spirit. And so in saying that, uh this is what we're kind of talking about, what the conversation is leading into, is that healing from within, healing that parts of you that only you know hurt. And it took for me, you want to know what song broke me down? it was what's his name? Red, Simply Red, holding back the years, holding back the years, thinking of the fear I've had so long, holding back the tears. Something. I don't remember. I haven't sung it in a while. But that is the song that broke me down to my core. I would get in the mirror.
I remember that song. I remember that.
I would sing that song until I didn't cry anymore. I don't know what it was about that, because the song was talking about holding back tears. And you know, and it says in the song, hoping for mate, wishing for mater, hoping for pater. And I learned later in life that mater and pater are the universal mothers and fathers. And so I was like, those were seeds being sown into me at a young age that I didn't even understand. So when you till the ground doesn't know what seeds are going to be dropped in. It only knows what seed has been dropped in when it begins to grow. And the roots begin to take place, because the roots have to communicate with the soil in order to fuse and say, okay, this compound and the chemical compound between you and I are matching, and with the sun and water we can grow together. Now we should see one another as the ground and the seed that turns into a root that then pushes through the dirt and to continue to grow and produce fruits. And so, because we had to be planted first, but every plant that is feminine produces seeds, and every masculine opposite to that has a serum that penetrates that seed to create the process of growth. It's the same thing in, you know, we in the human form. People can get together and their chemical compounds don't match, so they don't produce a baby. Anyway, I just think it's good to get to.
That was a good analogy.
Thank you.
That was a good analogy. Like I said, I love it. I love it. You're speaking some beautiful stuff. I hope the people are listening to what you're saying. And
me too.
More than I hope they're trying to understand. I really do. I hope that they're trying to understand what was being brought forth to them tonight, because that's the matriarch.
To be a sacred woman, to be a woman of the matriarch is to be a truth teller. And the first truth you have to tell is that truth to yourself. There's so many people out here that ain't telling the truth to themselves, but they out here being judgmental about what everybody else got going on in a space of envy and jealousy. But this book, it says the Sacred Woman book is pretty much for her charm, her peace, her love, her knowledge, her hope, for us to heal, to unify, and to empower ourselves was born through this book. So it says, after 7 years of writing longhand, oh, don't I know, channeling I'm gonna stop there. Longhand writing, writing everything by hand to be fully understood at a later time. Channeling is when you have learned to quiet your mind and meditate to go into a peaceful state, when you have worked on your chakra system from the root to the crown. I understand there's other chakra systems as far as that go out into your aura. But in order to even get to that point of understanding or overstanding, you must first understand the chakra system from your root to your crown. And once your crown, and I'm hoping at this point that most people know the root system, I mean the chakra system. And I just want to get to the point of when you reach your crown, everything inside you is activated and at your command. You tell your body what type of energy to produce. And in that state of meditation, you become an open vessel to be used by ancestral energy. We be calling out to all these deities and all these foreign unknown energies. We are open to everything without set intentions. So if you're not setting your intentions, then you're opening yourself to something that doesn't coincide with what you thought you were asking for. So you got to know what you're asking and be intentional and what you're opening yourself or allowing yourself to be open to. And when I learned this, I was learning how to meditate, and I began to feel energies passing through me. I know many may not understand, and if you do, this is for you. I felt the energies passing through me, and they would even speak through me. Um, as I was asking the questions internally, I was answering through their energy by my mouth. It was strange, but, and I'm getting kind of like, my heart is pounding because I've never talked about this before. I've never had this open conversation about that process before. So I have to protect my energy. I have to protect my vessel because I am sacred. And so I'm used by sacred energy to come forward with messages that don't come from my mind, but it's for the collective. So she obviously has done this in order to write this book, to even come up with so much to say about what a sacred woman is. But she said she also was fasting. Fasting was one of those things I had to learn how to do as well. And I'm struggling with it today. But I having to get back into that mind of discipline, to do what is necessary to do, because I can't do what I'm supposed to do and I'm not keeping a clean temple. This is just what it is. And so I didn't say I'm perfect. I didn't say I'm not going to make any mistakes. I don't judge myself harshly, but what I'm saying is every chance and every moment that I have to make a better decision, I do. And I don't beat myself up, for not being perfect, because what is perfection anyway? I got a song called What is Perfection Anyway? I think that would be a good one to play. I gotta go and get it real quick and get it up here. But would you like to say anything while I get that together?
Okay, so you said that the side stars need to tell themselves the truth. And now I'm gonna say we're back in Trinity. This is where it's mother, father, child. So bros, sitting on our mom's lap, we've just been told that we gotta learn to tell the truth about ourselves. That wasn't just for the side stars. That's something that goes out to the entire family. When you say opening up yourself to the vessels, yeah, an open vessel. You're letting in foreign energies. You're letting in aliens that have nothing to do with who you are, how you want to be associated with throughout the world. But they're foreign to you. And on that part, that leads into us understanding that with us being a nation, everybody else is foreign to us. But that's my cousin. But your cousin, your sister, your brother, they consider themselves a United States citizen. So we have a foreign relationship with them automatically. They consider themselves Black and African American. It is foreign. And that's why the focus on us and coming back into who we are, because all of these things, it's not just like there's one conversation being had. That's why I got to point out to the brothers to tell the truth to yourself. That goes doubly for you in what we're doing. Because I'm masculine, I'm gonna say that all to the masculines. That goes doubly for you. If the matriarch got to do it, we dang on sure gonna do it. And that open vessel thing, that energy thing. So I remember when I first started coming into this, and I actually challenged people to where I could write a holy book. Don't tell me nothing about a holy. Tahuti will give me every word I need to say inside of my book. And on Facebook, if you go back to my old pages, you will see scriptures written by my hand that are not, that are scriptures that led us to where we are today. And the last thing, because I wanted to bring this up earlier when we was talking about stuff from the past, when I bring up the Southern Baptist Church. Right now in the South, they're also talking about getting rid of anything that has to do with the Confederates. And in my brain, knowing that that's our flag that we seem to think is racist, and knowing that it was our people who put us in slavery down there, and knowing that it was some of us in the Civil War on the South Side fighting without being slaves or sellouts or Uncle Toms or nothing. They was there fighting to keep their slaves. Knowing that these things exist for a fact, and knowing that our nations, we had a confederacy amongst ourselves. This attack on the Confederacy in the South might be the one thing that they could do that would really damage any of the movements that we might fail to make now. Because if they kill the Confederacy, those of us who haven't formed a Confederacy, we're the ones at the bottom of the doodle pile when they're done.
Right.
I yield the floor.
Okay. So, what is perfection anyway? It's been a long time since I heard this one too. So,
What is perfection anyway? What is perfection? Anyway. What is perfection? Keep doing you. You are enough. I'm out the box. What is perfection anyway? Keep doing you, you are enough. I'm out the box. What is perfection? I am not in a box. Perfection comes when you see yourself outside of the box that society has placed around. We are spiritual beings in a human experience. I acknowledge me. We must stay in touch with ourselves on this human plane. Even my daughter's going to a Roblox trans, going dirt beat, not at all attached to the reality. I have to reconnect to bring them back. Whisper in my ear, shooey, shooey, shoo. What is perfection anyway? I'm out the box. Keep doing you are enough. They get upset with me, and I'm like, hate me now, love me later. They are my human size now and later. My daughters. What is perfection? Perfection. What is it anyway? Not easily found when you living in reality to see what is real right in front of you. What is perfection? What do you really see? Is it me or is it only a fragment of an idea of me? I'm not perfect. I gave up trying to be that a long time ago. What is perfection anyway? What is it? Keep doing you. You are enough. I'm out the box. What is perfection anyway? Is it me or is it only fragments of an idea? Perfection does not rest within me. I have patience with me. Understanding what I see. What I see in me. I am enough. So I love tough, meaning my love is strong enough. So with me, you can't go wrong. I am a chosen one, the chosen daughter of the matriarch, operating out of a pure heart. What is perfection anyway? Hate me now or love me later. What is perfection anyway? Keep doing you, you are enough. I'm out the box. I'm not in the box. Perfection coming when we see ourselves outside of the box. What is perfection anyway? Be my human size now and laters. My babies, y'all remember, it ain't about perfection. Just be the best you that you can be. I love you.
That was I wrote that for my daughters.
Islamism, Side Star. That's the type of music that needs to be playing in people's houses instead of all that what they listen to.
It would be nice for the message to get out, because I do it so I don't have to keep repeating myself. If you get the message and the message gets you, then you'll listen. And if it's only you, then good. You know what I'm saying? Good. It was for you then, because it's for me. I use my own music to keep that energy going inside of my home. So and I know even if my daughters aren't listening to it, like, they don't like the music, you know what I'm saying? They get tired because they hear me and hear my daughter. Every time I would record, she would be peaked up, she'd be listening, she hear the whole process. I'd be in there talking to myself like, oh man, come on, now that ain't what I'm trying to do. You know what I'm saying? Then y'all don't see that part, y'all don't hear that part, but I be talking crazy when I be recording. Because I be coming through something,
But I know that experience.
Huh?
I know that experience.
Yeah.
When you hit the wrong note, I know that. That's not what I wanted. Nah, start that over. Don't do that again.
So So yeah, it's fun.
Yes, ma'am.
It's fun, and I get to know myself like that because see, I just started this like 2 years ago, so all of this is fairly new to me in terms of how it's being done now, and I have really enjoyed learning myself like that. You know what I'm saying? Coming into me. You know, I still have so much far to go, but I'm ready for the journey. Like, it's all good. So, the rise of the matriarch. Um, reading from Queen of Fua, Sacred Woman. Sacred Woman was present. Okay. Over the last 20 years, women witnessed movements from Black Girls Rock to the Million Woman March on Philadelphia, which nobody talks about that, and to the shouts of the Me Too movement. Okay, Sacred Women was there as President Obama and First Lady Michelle Obama were sworn into office to take the seat of Ast, the Great Mother, and Asar, the Great Father of Turtle Island, miscalled the United States. Now that's I've read that before, but it didn't really hit me until right now. Uh, that I understood when I saw this book. You know, when I started reading this book, that everything is connected. We are on Turtle Island. You know what I'm saying? And to hear that terminology, you know the path that person, somewhat similar the path that person has taken to even gain this understanding. So I love that.
So now Obama.
Yeah.
Huh. So let's take the first three. Let's take the first three letters in his name. Oba. Oba is a god in Nigeria and other nations and things of that nature. Do you know what the Ma stands for?
Mother.
Ma'at.
Ma'at.
The god of justice. This is who Obama, in our language, Obama's name means the god of justice. And this is who Obama is, as far as their world is concerned. He's the god of justice, because the people can say, you know, him being in there didn't do nothing for them. So since we realize that, it's because we weren't living in our nationalities. We were living as Black and African Americans, and he can't do anything for Black and African Americans as president of the United States. He has to stay within the storyline too. So since me and you was out of balance, he couldn't do anything. But there was an interview when somebody said, well, are you going to do something for Black? He said, I'll do something for the Indians. I'll do something for the natives of this land. I'll do something for those who were on this land first. He'll do something for, he was telling us, but we didn't understand what he was saying or what he meant. And then now, you know, a lot of people don't even like Obama now.
Right.
It's just so funny to me. So
it is funny.
But his name,
I don't know. I'm sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, but his name has a definite meaning in all of the politics and stuff that was going on then and what's going on now. Because when I tell you, you're gonna see people at top who look like us. Obama, that name, he one of the people on top, looking like us, helping Blacks and African Americans not get ahead. Right. I yield the floor.
Uh, I think that's a great point, and I have never heard his name, excuse me, being broken down into that meaning, and it makes a lot of sense. Um, because and then also, um, it was I'm not sure if this has happened before President Obama's election, that they've ever done this before, but I'm for sure for Obama's inaugural ball, they were displaying the Moorish flag and alongside with the United States flag. And it was it Biden or Trump? It was during the Trump era, basically, is when they began to display the rainbow flag along with the maroon flag and the United States flag, because it was after the Obama presidency is when all of those laws were enacted. Now, based on what you just said, in knowing his name and the fact that he tried to give the key in coded language, the code wasn't broken because although he was giving out keys, he never gave instructions on how to receive the keys. You gotta know something in order to know that that key is a key. So what he did was he displayed his knowledge of truth about the people of America. But like all others that come to this land, they are instructed and they are paid to not say anything. And they identify as white. That's why you don't see many people who have migrated to this land from Africa freely come here and get paid to remain silent of the truth that they know about the people of America, that we are in the land of milk and honey. Turtle Island is where we are. And everyone that traveled from that hemisphere to this hemisphere always followed the way of the turtle. So doesn't it make sense that you're following the turtles to be going to Turtle Island? And why they called it Turtle Island?
Now, I don't even know why they called it Turtle Island.
It looks like a turtle. If you look at the map, Canada, all the way down to South America, it looks like a turtle.
Yes, it does. But that reason was too obvious for me. And I just figured it had to be something else. That was too obvious. It looks like a turtle. So even though I knew that was the answer, my brain just I left it open for a chance to learn something new. Maybe, there was a whole bunch of turtles who came here and landed here or something and just piled up, and they never seen turtles, so this became Turtle Island. Anything could have happened. To call it Turtle Island.
Just the way it just comes to me right now was the first time I ever said it like that. The people from that hemisphere traveled the waters based on the direction of the turtles, because the turtles follow the natural flow of the ocean, and how, and they understood at what depths and what, what was the best
Where the
flow to get you
navigator.
there without less, they chose the path of least resistance in the water,
Yes, ma'am.
and that direction flows from there to here.
Yes, ma'am.
But I thought that was interesting. So, Sacred Woman, the movement. Sacred Woman became a social justice movement, a holistic wellness movement, a peace movement, a healers movement, and a sisterhood. It is an AST and net het movement. I'm not familiar with those names, the Egyptian titles of gods and goddesses. I never studied them like that. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't moved to study that type of information, and there were so many other women studying that. I'll leave you to that, and I will learn from you. I don't have to learn everything. I'm going to learn what was intended for me to learn to give the message of the matriarch. And the matriarch is where I am well versed.
And so you got the most valuable lesson of it, because fertility had to do with children. The crazy people made it about sex. And the children come from the mother, the matriarch. And all of those goddesses, fertility, femininity, music, that's what they were all about. They were all about the matriarch and acting within the laws from their special perspective. They all acted within the law of Ma'at to carry themselves forth.
Okay. And look, it says, through her trials as a sacred woman has withstood because the mud. Sacred woman. Okay, so her tests, her trials, I don't know how I skipped all the way over there. Her trials, tests, and tribulations as a lotus out of the mud. Sacred woman has withstood because sacred sisters, sacred mothers and daughters, Nubian women, soul sisters, and homegirls have cried out for healing, waiting on your prayers to be answered. This is our time to heal. The movement we've been waiting for to live, to rise. Sacred woman cannot be stopped. And that's what we need to get into our minds, that we've been through tests, we've been through trials, we've been through tribulations. The tests come every day. The trials, they come and they go, but the tribulations may carry on for some time. And in the process of tribulations, you're being tested all the way through. The tests don't ever stop, but the times that you're in a trial and tribulations have a time period, and it's always for you to learn something or to gain something from that test, trial, or tribulation. So through all those things, it's our time to heal. We understand we've been through all of those things. We understand that everything that we have become accustomed to has been created for us to forget who we are. But now, in our time of healing, we must remember. And in the process of remembering in the mind, we are also remembering as a collective whole, as the body of the Messiah. We are the ones that we've been waiting for. So This is the time that we're in, that time to heal. And a woman that is ready to heal can't be stopped. And that's the motion that we're in. Sacred woman can't be stopped. So keep going.
Islamism.
Islam. I just want it to be known that this is a safe space to grow in. You know, it's a safe space. And so they won't know if we don't tell them, you know, if we don't present that as what is truth, what can be seen without or understood without explanation. And so I think it's important that we come together and support one another, not just support, you know, we don't support mental health as much as or as strongly as we should. Um, we, I believe, have this mindset that if you have money, if you have a car, if you got clothes, and you got all these material things, that you have healed from poverty, I guess, when you may not be in poverty physically, but your soul is impoverished. Your mind is impoverished. Your body is impoverished. So we have to get out of impoverishment in those areas as well. It's like one, to be out of impoverishment financially is one thing, but they say to gain the world, you must sell your soul. Or don't gain the world by selling your soul. And that financial gain is attached to that, but that doesn't mean that everyone that has, you know, mega bucks is selling their soul. That's why people don't believe things that are real or true, because you got money. You almost can't let people know that you have money, because they will never take you serious, thinking that you have everything when all you have is money. So you notice a lot of people with money don't go around looking like money. You'll never know. That's not the point. The point is the healing process, and the fact that we need to focus more on the mind, the body, and spirit.
I never saw Bill Gates with a Microsoft medallion.
Okay. I would love to see that. It's like, oh wow. It's like the weatherman. I shared that video on my page. The weatherman, he used that Kendrick Lamar song. He talking about something, and look at the heat index. Wop 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 wop. He turned that whole song into a weather forecast, and he did a great job. I was like, look at this. Things that don't go together but make perfect sense. That's crazy. So yeah, that was the whole point of the night, is to talk about that and to bring um to the table the fact that we need to come together and get into this holistic healing for the mind, body, and soul. I wrote here that women should talk more about the proper care of womb, the proper womb care and application. Um, we don't. I wasn't taught to pay attention to my womb. I wasn't taught the value of my womb. I wasn't taught any of those things. And if I could be blunt um, and open here, which I feel at ease to do, that's my disclaimer. I'm about to be open. If I had understood the importance of the womb and how to care for the womb, I don't think I would have been so quick to agree to a partial hysterectomy where they take the uterus. And so I didn't realize as I was coming through my knowing of self, I could have changed how I was eating to change what was going on in my body that ultimately resulted in a hysterectomy. You know what I'm saying? Learning about different herbs that are used for particular parts of the body. Everything that has been created naturally and organically to this earth has healing powers that associate with the body, because we are all of the same thing. We're just in different forms. So just like when we are put into the ground, when this body is no longer having life in it, it goes back to the ground because it feeds the earth back. What is like when the leaves fall from the tree, they fall on the ground and they eventually become the best fertilizer to keep that soil healthy for that entire tree to continue to grow. So we are the earth. We're of the earth. As we go back to it.
Observation. When we bury pets, not so often do they get buried in boxes. If we get buried in a box and our body decomposes in a box, how are we giving anything back to the earth? We're disconnected through the box.
The box. And see, that's where we have to change. Because knowing that, now we know that we have to do something different. I saw they have these things they were offering called pods. And they put the body into a biodegradable sack and basically plant a seed, a tree, and the body is buried underground, and then the seed with that, and the tree grows. So the person is of that tree. And so I like that idea. Like, that's not any material that has to be purchased from anyone. And what I understand to be true is that when you have land and you bury your family members on that land by law becomes sacred, and the state, the government, nobody can do anything with that land because it is now a sacred land. And that's the indigenous way of living.
Okay. And so, but in the indigenous way of burying you, you don't get put into a box.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. That's what we would have to begin to establish as what and how we proceed in that matter. We don't do boxes anymore. Have you ever looked at a funeral website and or had to plan a funeral and looked at the cost of a casket and the specs, the specifics of it, like all the different how it's put together, and like how do you pick a box for someone to be buried in? I mean, I don't understand, and I know I have been a part of this process, and I'm like, they cost way too much money. The whole funeral process is a gimmick and a scam, because you give away your right to the bodies of your family to be buried on someone else's land, someone else's property. So anything attached to that is bringing energy into that which gives it power.
And so civil mortus, that we live in a dead world.
Yeah.
We live in a dead world. Mortgage, all of that is dead talk. So with all these burial grounds, the energy of death is always around us. Look at how we're living. You basically got the walking dead walking around nowadays. I guess maybe for the past 10 years. And the human body is laying here in a box that really isn't decomposing and to benefit the ground. So maybe this is all a scam. That whole burial process is a scam, and we are supposed to burn ourselves because the earth is for the living. And if you scatter our ashes are good and healthy for the earth. So maybe we should just burn ourselves. What's it called when you burn yourself?
Cremate.
Oh my God. Not inferiorate. Yeah, maybe we should all just be cremated. And let the earth be for the living.
You want to know why people don't like to be
and then you could
cremated?
take my
Because
ashes to the top of a mountain, shake them out there. What, they got use for their bodies?
we have a major delay.
That are decomposing in the box?
They think of it as equivalent to hellfire. And I ain't going to hell. I'm going to heaven. In a box. A box can't even defy gravity.
Yeah, I don't get it. So going back to the biblical books, this guy Abraham, he went and visited some area with his sister, with his wife. When he got there, he told the people that his wife was his sister, so they didn't. Now that's a whole nother story that's confusing to me. Like I'm gonna go see some dudes and I'll be like, yeah, this is my wife, and then they're gonna rape her because she's my wife. What kind of people did I bring my wife around? But even worse, I gotta tell people she's my sister, and we're together. So that part of the story's messed up. Anyway, Abraham was poor when he went to this town. He was rich when he left. He got rich because He went around and sold death certificates, funeral type stuff. He wanted to meet the king. So he made a whole bunch of money. When the king finally returned, he presented the king with the money. The king was so in love with him, he gave him more riches because he allowed him to continue to go out and make him this money. And he was selling death plots. He was selling burial grounds. That's the story of Abraham and how we got burial grounds the way we have them.
That is a part of the story nobody talks about. I ain't never heard that before. You made me want to go find the story and read it in the Bible just so I can confirm my own knowing of where it can be found.
And listen, the Bible, those stories are stories from mythological stories.
Yeah.
And what people leave out is the mythological part, like hell. So there was this guy named Hades. He had a girlfriend named Mesophrane, and he was the god of the underworld. Now today we call that underworld hell. Anyways, he wanted to impress Mesophrane. It's an M-E something, Mesophrane, who she is. And he wanted to impress her. So down in the underworld, he made her a garden. And in the garden, there was a snake. But it wasn't a bad snake like we know. It was just a snake. It was a snake in the garden. These stories are where they told their biblical stories from. They're all mythology. That's why when we say history, I say mythology. Tell me the story of the gods. Those are our stories of the gods. And so that story, those stories were all around the gods and what the gods did. And then they had mortals and immortals and all that crazy stuff. But this is where all these stories come from. But people have to be willing to study. Like there's this thing called godchecker.com. You know, you're just sitting around, you want to see something new. You go on godchecker.com and read godchecker.com. Thousands of gods from all, and this is where you'll find the Oba god. Thousands of gods from all over the world before the biblical stories, the Quranic stories that we know. And then as you read through these different stories, you're going to start saying, well, wait a minute. I thought they said Moses floated down a river on a reef. You mean there was 3 or 4 other babies who floated down a river on a reef before Moses? There was more than one person who was sacrificed for the rest of the world besides Jesus? Where y'all getting this from? Then when you study history and you go back to the Persians, here goes something I'm trying to get these people to explain to me. How is it that the Persians, who are basically from the same area as the Muslim Arabians, how is it that before Al-Islam, they conquered the same exact areas that the Muslims ended up conquering? Somebody has to tell that to me. And why are there stories where it is so great that Muhammad rode in with his army, and instead of making war, he gave the people the choice to become Muslim or pay taxes. And then if they pay taxes, they can go have their own religion. Well, Cyrus and Darius, the Persian dudes who looks like that's Muhammad was, so they used to do the same thing. They just rode up in there, pay the tax, and be down with us. And the people would be down with them, they didn't pay tax. You didn't want to be down with them, you pay the tax. Muhammad did the same thing. What are y'all talking about? You can't keep telling me that these are some holy stories from somewhere that ain't never saved my people for 1,400 years, 2,000 years. Never saved them. And everything about being a slave to somebody is in there to be good to your master. Man, kick rocks, man. I throw a rock in front of your toe while you're walking, just to make sure you kick her up. You know, for real. And because we don't read, and then if we all do read, it's limited reading, and God forbid you're a religious person, because then the only books that you're going to read are the things around your religion, unless you go to school and then they say read this book, and then you're going to read that book. So without you having any inner thoughts except for what was fed to you, you become a danger to the rest of us. And that's where we're at with, if anybody say, well, where's our leaders? Your leaders are a danger to you. They are teaching you everything the opposite of what is being said tonight to you, especially about the matriarch, especially about that.
Right.
Everything is being fed backwards to us. And so at some point, we got to break that chain. And since we know they lied, you know, I hear people talking about reparations and all this. Well, the simplest thing that if they was going to ever look out for so-called black people, African Americans, the simplest thing that could have ever been done, stop telling our children the story about Columbus discovering America and who he found here. Just take that out of the school book. They ain't even done that.
Right.
So what makes you think that they're going to do anything else and give you reparations or anything else if they can't even take that story out of the book? If they can't tell the truth as we demand and that we do, tell yourself the truth so you tell everybody else the truth. They can't even tell you the truth, and they're still raising your children on lies. I yield the floor.
You make a great point. As far as expecting something from a system that has not even shown you slight changes in how they even view you in that title or in that misnomer. Everything in their language still produces the same energy. So why, if the energy hasn't changed, why would then any decisions change to give you a hand up in the world? You know, and I honestly think that it's detrimental to one's growth to wait for anyone to give them anything. I'm grateful that my father taught me independence early, and I didn't understand. It took me years. I was well into my adult life when it dawned on me to call and tell my father thank you for the things that I didn't understand in my youth, and how I have always thought back to lessons I learned from my father. How to fight. He taught me how to fight. He taught me how to not get caught up, you know, how to get out of certain um, held positions. You know what I'm saying? He taught me how to fight and how to protect myself without telling me this is what you do. Everything came natural. So it would always be natural. And and that's just coming to me right now. Um, so I understand that he did the best that he could. You know, we have a strained relationship right now, but it's all good. You know, I'm not angry. It's just I have to realize and give honor where honor is due, regardless to the circumstances. and I don't ever want it to be dismissed that he, as my father, did the best that he do. And for what it's worth, I learned a lot. I learned how to apply what was taught to me in ways that I may not have understood. You know what I'm saying? So I tell him all the time, you created this, what you don't like about me. You created this. And so I am who I am today, and this has a lot to do with my father's upbringing, my upbringing with my father. But going back, I'm gonna go here. It says, with devotion, we heal our wounds to wellness, boldly taking responsibility to free our wounds of disease and toxicity and generate wound wellness awareness. And so I'm coming in to say, in the process of healing, in order to see yourself or to know you as a woman, as a womb, man, a man with a womb, a woman, we must understand the importance of our womb, and that is what makes us a woman. So you asked me in the beginning of this, how do you define woman? What is a woman? A woman is a man with a womb. And in most contexts of law, there's no separation between man and woman because we're all men. We're just men with wombs. And so it's that term, men, can't be only a masculine term. Or can it? Womb.
Without
Man.
the womb, you're a man.
Yes.
With the womb, you're a womb man. Man means, so I was taught man means mind. So
Okay.
a woman has a mind.
Yes.
But she got times two. She has a womb and a mind. I just have a mind. But a woman has a womb and a mind. And she is recognized for her womb and her mind. So this is where I can see it, but without the womb, he's just a man. So yeah, a man is separate from a woman.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, but a woman is not a man because she has a womb. She can't do what a man, her hips are built different. She isn't made to do certain things. Men ain't made to do certain things. People need to stop trying to do it. Stop trying to be who you not.
Now we laughing, but this is serious, okay? And this is one of those sensitive topics. But guess what? Everybody talking. Why are we not talking? Why are we so comfortable with only having these conversations so they can't be heard by anyone else? Everyone is projecting their...
We're afraid of being silent. We're afraid of being silenced, of not being popular and not being liked. See, I used to, like I said, I used to get beat up in school, so it didn't make a difference to me if you like me. Every morning, I had a mommy who kissed me every morning. I seen me in the mirror. I had my brothers and my sisters, and then I went to school and got beat up. I didn't care. I'm going to tell the truth. wait, and and I'm gonna tell the truth because I know the truth stings. Because when my mother used to get on us and call us nasty butts and all of this, that you know, who are you talking to? You're walking around here to do whatever you want. Go take a bath. So I know just telling the truth, it can hurt. Why I gotta do something bad when all I gotta do is tell the truth and I get the same amount of drama? I get beat up like the dude lying. I might as well tell the truth. So I just took that level of life and ran with it. And it worked. It works because I'm honest to me first. If I wasn't honest to me, it probably wouldn't work. But because I'm honest with me, oh, it works out. Even I have double standards. If two women decide together, I'm hoping we can all be together and we're gonna make a whole bunch of babies together. I ain't arguing with them. But I don't think two men should ever be together. Double standard. I admit it. Straight up front. We don't even have to argue about it. So the other day in conversation, the young lady tried to say, well, if a man can have more than one wife, can a woman have more than... It was the way she was saying it was combative. Can a woman have more than one man? I had to cut her off. That ain't none of my business. Those two dudes and her, that's their business if they want to be together. Now, me, I ain't going to be the other dude. But that's their business if they want. I'm not in anybody's business like it's not my... I don't even try to be in anybody's business like that. But that lifestyle wouldn't be... No. It was another side star. You know, was having a conversation and she tried to throw that in there. I'm just like, no, that was a while ago when you and I had that conversation. That was a while ago. It was 2 days ago. 2 days ago that was said to me. And I was like, no, I don't have nothing to do with it. I don't care what that sister, that's not my business. At all.
Well, remember when we talked about it, I was saying to you that these relationships don't have to be relationships that are where there's intimacy.
True, right. Well, now, hey, once again, that's their house. I don't know what's going on in their relationship. I ain't even trying to figure it out. I listen, I'm not waking up in the morning with another grown dude inside my house to do anything. He will not be there. Somebody that looked like me will not be there early in the morning to walk around and do anything. It's not my child, my brother, my cousin. He ain't in my house. And much less sleeping with the woman I'm sleeping with whenever he want to, and then she come to me. No, you was just with him. Get off me. That's nasty. So I couldn't vibe. I wouldn't do well in a situation like that.
Well, at least you know your limitations.
Yes, ma'am. Everybody should know their limitations.
You're right. You're absolutely right about that, and that will save a lot of people some pain, heartache. Because if you don't know what you put up, what you willing to put up with, you will put up with anything until you learn. So I think we've all been in a situation of putting up with things that we wouldn't think that we would put up with until we learn that that's another level of drama that you ain't know nothing about. Because I had to learn that the hard way, allowing certain things to happen because I was in love. You know what I'm saying? I love him.
That'll never happen. That'll never. I wiped that off my list as soon as. I cussed me out for like 5 years. I cussed me out for 5 years for letting myself fall in love. I knew when it happened. I knew when it happened. The day and time, I could point it out to this day, time, and second when it happened, and I had the chance to avoid it right then and there, and I didn't take it, and I've been mad at myself ever since. That's why I said, can I forgive myself for being stupid? Because that'll never happen again. Never. I will never let that happen again. I can never be in that situation again. Never. Never.
Well, power to the people.
Yes, ma'am. It's too deep.
Power to the people that are healing.
Yeah, it only take one time. And see, even that, people say, well, if you can't fall in love again, you're not healed. Listen, if I asked you to describe to me what is falling in love, you will flip-flop all over the place with what it is and how it works and stuff like that. You wouldn't be able to like straight like define it to me. Since you can't, I'm going to tell you that for myself. Since I'm not in that other person's head, I would love the person like I love myself. And see, I don't question me about anything I do for me. I'm not questioning you. I'm not going to put myself in a situation. I don't want to question you because I wouldn't want you standing here questioning me. And I know I'm innocent. I answered you. Now you come in 50 times with the same question, 50 different ways. Now it's about to be a problem. No. So I wouldn't do that to you. But when you with somebody and you love them, those situations come up. And it's easier for me just like not to be that connected like that, so that when I ask the question, if I even feel like you lied, I'm out the door. I ain't got to deal with you. And people, don't burn your bridges. I carry gasoline and matches with me, and not a lighter. I carry matches. I want you to see me strike the match after I pour all the gasoline on the bridge. Once I cross over, I don't want you over here with me at all. No apologies, nothing. We're all grown. We should know how to act. We all have parents. You've been hurt before. I've been hurt before. So we know what not to say and do to each other, but you still act in a manner where rah, rah, rah. No, heavens no, man.
You said,
I can't do it. I can't do it.
Okay, look. I need to take an intermission.
Yes, ma'am.
So I want to play something now. I don't know. This is another one I haven't listened to in a while. But it's titled "The General," and so I'm gonna play that. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
The generals will understand. High heaven, standing tall. The generals will understand. I gotta get this message out. Generals,
hey, yo, Karen, talk to him.
Only the generals will understand. Need to take a stand.
We can't hear it.
Only the generals will understand. Mothers, I'm talking to the daughters of the matriarch. Rise up high. High heaven to y'all that know. High heaven to y'all. Standing tall. The generals will understand. If you are a general in real life, take a stand. Step up. We got generals on demand. If you can, get on your right mind game, the right brain game. Only the generals gonna understand. Generals, come on, take a stand. Woman or man, remember where we at. This is Turtle Land. Where y'all at? Still scared to say you believe. Still caught up in the webs of deceit, getting tricked by this life. I'm trying to figure this thing out. I'm trying to pull you out on your right game, the right mind. It's transformation time. Have the heart of the righteousness this time. Everyone is scattered all about across different social media platforms. At what point does seriousness of our circumstances set in? Daughters of the matriarch rise. If you a general in real life, if the goal you set in sends you to win, at what point does maturity set in your own lane? We all have the power to change our own minds, do the right thing, and be the change you want to see. It's our time now. There will be no more waiting. We are in the right place, in the right season, for the right reason. The Pan-African Intelligence Network must have complete control
Only the generals will understand. Only
of the national, international affairs of the African people.
Only the generals will understand.
We the people. To have this, we must deprogram to reprogram. All we need is all hands on deck. From Maine to Florida, Washington State to California, from the UK to the University of Kentucky, from the Congo to the Bongo, we gotta save our souls with the AAA plan for humanity, accountability, assets, and then you get some asses.
Only the generals will understand.
Islamism. Only the generals, only like minds.
Right.
Only the like minds understand.
Islam. Okay, so you spoke earlier about Tahuti, right?
Yes.
So I just turned to this page, and Tahuti is here as Gateway 1, ruled by the throat. And you said that Tahuti will give me everything I need to say in my book. Now, were you aware that Tahuti is ruled by the throat?
Not ruled by the throat, but he is the god of writing, of intelligence, math, science.
Okay. It says Tahuti, word as medicine. So what he speaks is medicine. What comes from the energy of Tahuti is medicine to the ears. Okay. So personally, women within Tahuti use their voices to speak out for family and community justice. Women began to speak themselves into their renewed life of wholeness with every word, healing physically and metaphysically, professionally, personally. No, it's professionally. Oh, the hell. I observed women begin to birth their inner scribe and birth the books that were lying dormant inside of them. Writing. I said, speak into existence what we want to see. First, we have to get in tune with the mind, body, and soul. And then we plant seeds for growth to develop healing foods to consume. And dance to health and wellness. Put effort into appearance to raise vibrations and trust yourself. And that was Gateway 1 through 5 was into getting in tune with self, the gateways that are listed, and then I did a summary of what I read and what it meant to me in the passage as what that gateway is supposed to be. So the first gateway is to speak into existence what we want to see. The second gateway is to plant seeds for growth to develop healing foods to consume. Dance to health and wellness is gateway 3. Gateway 4 is to put effort into appearance to raise vibrations. And gateway 6 is to trust yourself. So I thought that was interesting.
So when I scribe
Mm-hmm.
to Hootie draws from Ma'at to make sure that justice is always shown, from As and Asur to make sure that the mother and father are always present, from Hathor to make sure that love is in there, and then from wherever my mind is at that time is where I write from. But those energies are the energies that I seek before I put my pen on my paper. And in that order or within that realm of them working together, whatever it is that I write has those elements inside of it at all times.
Okay. And I think that also speaks to um, what we was talking about earlier and being an open vessel. So you would have to be in a meditative state, centered with your kundalini, with a open crown, to be a vessel for that energy to use you in the process of doing a work, not just being open for all these different foreign energies to come inside and to maneuver and possess you and things. This is what happens when you do not set your intentions. That's what happens there. But when you are in a state of putting forth information or tools to get you to the next level, which getting you to the next level, those who are watching you are also going to, hey, how did he do that? And they're going to ask questions that they should be asking questions. And because you've already done the work, you have put yourself in a position to give information and knowledge based on your experience through growth and development. So, but going back to the original point of being a vessel, you have to have a centered kundalini in order to receive these messages of insight to put forward, for the people to hear and to grow from it and to heal from it. Um, Things started coming to me that I didn't even know anything about. Spirit taught me about the pineal gland and the calcification of mucus. And it is the calcification of the mucus that calcifies the pineal. And so, if you have calcification, of course, that means that it's not working properly. That's like if you have a tool that gets that rust on it, or that calcium, the overbuild of calcium, that it grows on a lot of different things. So if it can grow on metal, can it not grow on you or inside of you, as a part of the body that see, and it's like it usually happens like a battery acid around things that are electric. Electricity is what produces this overproduction of calcium, or the fact that you're not positively charged, or your charge is dying, and you need charge, or you need to be renewed to some degree. If that's not happening, or proper maintenance isn't taking place, then there's an overgrowth of calcium, which is the mucus. And however you treat and maintain And then when that mucus calcifies, then it becomes whatever the disease is that affects that part of the body. So mucus is the only disease in our body. And I noticed since I have been juicing more and doing different things, taking a lot of things out and replacing them with better options. I used to blow my nose all day, every day. Like there was no time I didn't have me a rag, something near me to blow my nose because I had an overproduction of mucus in my sinuses and things. And it was even before the chemotherapy and all that, but that just kind of made it worse. But now I notice, like as I'm going through my recovery and my healing process, I still have times where I blow my nose, but it is nothing near. Like since we've been on this broadcast right now, I haven't blown my nose one time. I haven't needed to. I don't sound stuffed up. You know what I'm saying? I sound very clear. I feel clear. And this is new. And I was really just thinking about it just earlier today or yesterday. Like, I am not having these issues that I used to have. So I must be doing something right. And sometimes when your body has been all out of whack for different reasons, before it gets better, it's going to get worse. Because everything has to present itself. You can't know what you're working with if it's not presented. And if you're not calling it out, it's not going to show up.
At all.
Right.
Amen.
It's going to stay dormant until it's too big to fight.
Yes, ma'am.
So I feel like I'm qualified to speak on terms of healing self. And even though I took a traditional route to treatment, I don't think anyone should just not have treatment if you have a diagnosis of something like cancer or diabetes, high blood pressure. You don't even know what you're dealing with. And if you don't know what you're dealing with and you're in the practice of medicine and allowing someone to diagnose you, then you fall within the realms of that. So you have to tend to yourself in that realm. But as you progress and you become knowledgeable about things that's going on, and you start taking herbs, finding different herbs and different things and methods that can be used to better that situation within your body so you don't have to take the medications, then it's okay to start there is what I'm saying. But you have to be also learning how to tend to yourself without that so you remain healthy after the damage, because the damage is already done if they telling you need to take some kind of medication. And if your body is already not more alkaline than it is acidic, then you're going to have to take what's going to fight inside of an acidic body. But once you make your body more alkaline or increase the alkalinity in the body, then that's when you can begin to move more away from medication, because your body is healing itself and then there's no need for the medication. So that's the process that I'm in right now when it comes to my own health and wellness and my process of healing. So yeah, I feel like I'm qualified to speak on healing to some degree.
Well, as far as health goes, I eat the same foods I ate when my mother fed me. I like food, and I think that saved me from a lot of different ailments that I could have suffered if I was out here eating fast foods all the time and things of that nature. So I always like soup. Like we eat a lot of what I call dry food meals instead of soupy meals. Well, the soupy meals keep water in your body. Then drinking water. I can go weeks without drinking any water at all. 3-4 cups of coffee a day, I'm good. But then I'll go on a binge where I'm drinking water and I drink so much water I'm sloshed. I could feel it rolling around in my stomach. But I don't mess with a lot of junk foods and packaged foods that come from whoever, Pillsbury or whoever. I don't stuff like that. I don't really like canned vegetables, yeah, but raviolis, Chef Boyardee raviolis, I don't eat a lot of that. And if I ate a lot of anything, it would be like the Nissin noodle soups. I love those. I eat a lot of those. And so if I end up with high blood pressure or I feel like my body's getting heated, I'll stop eating some of those soups for a while and see if my body will calm down from it. Drink more water and see if my body will calm down from it. And if it does, then I know it's that item that gave me that feeling. And so I won't touch it for a while. I won't go back and touch it for a while just because it gave my body a rush that was foreign to my body. And I know after I ate my mother's food, I never felt like that. So I stick with being in the kitchen cooking. And hot dogs, beans, and rice is good enough for me. And you ain't got to make no steaks or nothing. Just some hot dogs, beans, and rice, and I'm good to go.
Okay. So, okay. I don't know what to say after that.
Because we don't know, like we have a blood type. And
Right.
they do have a diagram to eat by your blood type. And there's certain things that in your blood type you shouldn't eat because it'll mess with you wrong. The sugars or whatever inside of your body. But we don't even know that rock off our blood type. But whatever my blood type is, because I don't know what it is, the food my mother, like if I ate something that I know I ate at my mother's table, and I cooked that for myself, and then I started feeling some way, then I would know to back off that particular thing, because that would be extra weird to me. That I've been eating this since I was a child, and I ain't never felt like this from it. So one day I had a pizza, and I knew instantly after like 2 minutes of swallowing that pizza, I knew instantly that they use pork inside of their sauce. My body got hot. I felt like I was going to pass out at the table. Then my stomach got sick. And so I went back there and found out that they do put pork inside of their sauce, even though they told me that they didn't put it. Yeah, y'all put pork in there because right now I'm sick as a dog right now standing in front of y'all. And by the time I was walking out of there, my body was hurting. I had to come home. But we know, without knowing, we know when our body has taken a wrong turn somewhere. We just might not be really in tune to it, but we know when our bodies have taken a wrong turn, and we have to focus on our inner self like that in order to help our own health and like be above the game, before the game, do pre-care before you need care and stuff like that. And so that's always been my motto. And so that's what I suggest that people do as far as their own health. Because if you need a doctor, you need a doctor. If you need a dentist, you need a dentist. But to be running to these people all the time, this and that, no, you'll end up in experiment in 2 seconds. Why don't you take this pill? You said your eyes hurt today. Well, guess what? Your arms might fall off tomorrow.
Now, let me
Just
tell
take
you
this
this.
pill.
I'm okay. So the medications I'm having to take, there's one particular one that I don't like, and I'm trying to get off of it as soon as possible. So I'm trying to schedule my appointment with my doctor sooner than later, so we can do a reassessment of my blood work, so we can go ahead and move forward. Because I'm changing things in my habits of eating, which are going to repair what it is that is, going on. And so I believe my numbers were just kind of off. And so this medication is causing reactions in my skin that I ain't never dealt with, like excessively dry skin and hives and things like that. That it's very uncomfortable. Excessive dryness in my skin, things like that, and I don't like it. So I'm like, I shouldn't have to put up with this if I see that there's an obvious change since this medication has been introduced. So I call, and basically I'm telling them what's going on with me, that I'm feeling like tightness in my throat and things like this. So this is what I come to realize. But first, the point I'm trying to make here is the nurse that I spoke to on the phone, after clicking all the answers all the answers to the questions he was asking me on the computer, and he says, well, it has been determined that you should go to the emergency room. This is an emergency. And I'm like, I'm not going to the emergency room. I'm trying to get an appointment so I can see my primary care provider so we can get me off of this medication. But his whole objective, and this is not the first time this has happened, because when I have felt the need to go to the emergency room, I've gone to the emergency room and I got the assistance that I needed because there was an issue going on. But yesterday that wasn't the case. I was explaining to him what I had been experiencing. This has been past due. It's gone now. So I'm trying to get to the point to where I can get in and get off the medication. He done totally missed that point altogether. So if I go to the emergency room, they'll document all this stuff into my file, and then that gives them a lead on how to do more research, you know what I'm saying, for more medications to give me rather than to take me off the medication. So I know that I have to be vigilant with my health and wellness because I see what's going on. Now I'm not saying they have some agenda against me. I'm just saying they're doing their job. They're doing their job. So what I learned yesterday, practice on me if I allow them to. So I took my medication yesterday, and I started out taking my medication with cold water. This thing stay cold forever. Cold water. And I noticed, I was like, see, there's that tightness in my throat. So I was like, okay, let me try something. I made myself some warm water. I put some baking soda in it, and lime, squeezed fresh key lime, and I drank that. And as soon as I drank it, I felt the reaction of the lime baking soda water and the medication, and it cleared that tightness in my throat. So imagine we're taking pills, and these pills are getting stuck in our throat until they dissolve. And the whole time we're thinking that the pill done went down, but it's in our throat the whole time. We can feel it there, but it's not so big to where it's blocking anything. The wonders of the body. So So I learned yesterday that the reason I was feeling so much discomfort in my throat is because I was not properly taking my medication. And it is best to take medication with warm water than it is with cold water. And I mentioned this
Because it
to
helps
my
dissolve.
daughter. Yes, it helps the process of dissolving happen quicker, and it moves it through your esophagus. And so I learned that there's this thing called esophagitis. And that's when pills or things get stuck in your throat and it obstructs your esophagus. And that in turn becomes a issue of your throat closing or being, stopped up because you blockage because there's obvious obstruction there. And that's from the not properly taking pills and medication. Now, how many doctors will tell you, and when you start taking medication, you must take the medication with warm water, not cold water. They don't even,
I've never
most
heard that.
doctors, I've never heard it. I had to learn it yesterday. And my throat feels so much better. I haven't had any problem. I've been using my inhaler more because I'm like, I feel like I'm having an obstruction in my breathing, my airway. Not knowing every time I take my medication, I'm creating this obstruction.
Wow.
Which is ultimately making me more tired because my breathing is exacerbated. So, it's just certain things when you start to pay attention to yourself, how things become revealed to you and how to help yourself in your own health and wellness. So that's a part of healing from within, as I have
Yes,
experienced it as of yesterday.
Yes, ma'am. Because I've done damage to myself and had to heal myself. But like sicknesses, I didn't have to deal with too much. But I've damaged me. I've knocked me out. and so because there wasn't nobody else around to help me. But me being stupid, I done slammed my head into the door, turning around, bent over, bringing a bag in, and smacked my head against the corner of the door. So now I'm laid out for 20 minutes trying to get myself back together. And you gotta work with yourself and talk to yourself, and then like have a conversation while you're laying there, letting yourself know that no, I know where I am. So I'll be all right in a minute. Yo, people be thinking I'm playing. But every once in a while, you got to do that. Things happen. Like, no, I'm okay. Yeah. See, you're laughing. I'm serious.
Yo,
I'm serious.
that's funny because it can only be funny if you can relate. Having to talk to yourself and tell yourself, I literally have it's like almost like I have this outside of me scan that goes from top to bottom out and to every limb and finger and every toe to feel the sensation throughout my body so I can figure out what my body is asking for, what it's needing. And so every time, people assume that when you start doing things to heal your body that the same thing is gonna work all the time. No, it's not. Sometimes you may be on a regimen for, this, or then the next time you be on a regimen for that. And then once you have gained a regimen, you gotta take those things down and keep them, so you can the same things over and over again because I'm using them for different reasons. You know, and so I go and I research what that particular herb or spice or you know, what that is gonna do to what benefits my body and where it benefits my body, how and where it benefits my body, basically. And so, and I find myself researching the same things over and over again. So I try to capture those things. I don't capture everything. I do capture a lot of things though, and I try to do like little reels and posts like that, you know, so I can remember and also to share the information. And so if you are seeing that coming from me, and then you're seeing different transformations happen with me, there's a trail of how that took place. You know what I'm saying? As I'm paying attention to my own development and transformation. But in saying that, the mission of the sacred woman is to ignite the transformational journey. The whole point in becoming a sacred woman is to be in a journey of transformation. And that's how, before I even got this book, I was given the title of a life coach. And I studied what it was to be a life coach. And then I realized a life coach isn't required. You're not required to have a degree to be a life coach because your life is your school. And so if you are going through life, you can be a life coach. And so I was like, oh, so I don't have to go. Look, I called one of those hotlines to talk to somebody about being a life coach. This was in like 2018. That lady stayed on the phone with me for 30 minutes to an hour, I know. Before we got off that phone, she was like, oh, you would really be good at this. She was like, you helped me more than I helped you. I was on the phone giving her game, calling to see if I could do what she was doing. And you know what? Of course, I didn't get no resolve from that. It was never for me to, because I had to talk to that lady for her to tell me that she got something from me. So that means that I'm already equipped for what I'm looking for. You just confirmed it. So then the title came to me to be a transformational life coach. I hadn't seen the term transformational life coach nowhere. Now I'm seeing it everywhere. And I'm not saying that I just know that what I was looking for, what I have proclaimed myself to bring forward based on what has been given to me through my journey, it was transformational life coaching, and I hadn't seen it anywhere else until I put it out there. Now, the whole purpose of what we're doing is to enter into a transformational journey of self. The transformation is the healing from within, and in order to do that, you must first get in tune with your mind, your body, and your soul, and or spirit.
And it's so easy to do. It's so easy to do when you're open, when you allow yourself to be open. And this ain't the spooky stuff. And I'm quite sure y'all have heard some of the spooky stuff. But this ain't none of the spooky stuff. This is real. This is just dealing. Oh, so, all right. So today I was out in the yard leveling off these people's yards so they could put a pool in. So I had to wet and scrub through the dirt to move it around. So I made myself a nice little mud thing like a little kid. And then I just scraped the mud and moved the mud around like cement. So while I'm doing it, they left the house. I'm in the backyard by myself. All of a sudden, you know how you're in a house and you hear people running upstairs? Just that clear. I look up in the sky and I realize I'm looking at the sky. I thought I was in the house for a second because the rumbling that I heard sounded like it came just right upstairs. I looked up in the sky and I was like, wait a minute. Do I hear God and the angels running around up there in heaven? Because it was that close to me, the rumbling. And I don't know where that rumbling came from or anything. But when I looked around, it was just me there. So I was feeling like I was having an outer body experience at that point in time. And I just dealt with some type, like maybe I was getting ready to die, but my angel jumped on the angel and the death was so close to me, I heard it rumble. And my angel saved me from death. You know, you could make a TV show out of it, the way it happened and everything. But
why did you have that specific thought? Because you never know what is going on in the heavenly realms, and knowing that you are protected by the angels. So you don't know, and then you didn't just get that out of the blue, like, I'm just gonna have this thought. No, that is what came to you and telling you this is what you just heard, this is what you just experienced, and you don't have anybody else to bounce that off of. You just have to take that, and then we have learned to tell these instances as if it's a possibility, not what actually was going on, because we have no quote unquote confirmation of such.
You don't want to be in a rubber room with your arms wrapped behind your back trying to explain.
Okay. Yeah. So, yeah.
I'm telling you.
Yeah, I learned to be.
Nobody else heard it.
A long time ago. Right. Yeah. Be seeing stuff that nobody else can see. Be like, you ain't see. And be like, okay, never mind. I just learned when to stop asking questions and just to trust myself, which is Gateway 5. Trust yourself.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yep.
Yes,
So,
yeah, I know that experience because I definitely had. It was a thriller when it came through. I couldn't believe it. For real. Like it, and I'm still like puzzled by it because I was outside, but it sounded like I was in a house. And then like heaven is God's house, right? So I feel like I'm a divine being. I'm in God's house. So upstairs, something happened upstairs today. Something fell down. Like, what was that?
Okay, look at this. So I'm flipping through the book, and I come to the 42 laws of Ma'at. And it says to recite at sunrise to set the tone for the day. Now, I've had this book for some years, and I haven't even made it this far into the book. I started reading and I became overwhelmed. And just off the beginning of it, I just became overwhelmed. And so I put the book down until tonight, and I
book up tonight. I'm gonna mute your mic. Okay, because there's a lot of feedback, and I can only hear it. I hear it now. Okay, thank you. All right, so I hadn't gotten this far back into the book, and this is still in the beginning. I was only in the introduction. This is chapter 1. I haven't even made it to chapter 1. The introduction of this book is so full of information and how to even use this book. And so I didn't want to get into the book until I actually learned what it's like when you get into a college course or whatever. They give you a syllabus before you start the course, and the syllabus is a overall synopsis of what you are going to learn and process of learning in this course. And so this here would be a the Sacred Woman course, okay, by Queen Afua. And so basically here's chapter 1, and the first thing is the 42 laws of Ma'at. And so it's very precise, and so if you don't mind, I'll just go through them. I will not do wrong. I will not steal. I will not act with violence. I will not kill. I will not act unjustly. I will not cause pain. I will not waste food. I will not lie. I will not desecrate holy places. I will not speak evil. I will not abuse my sexuality. I will not cause the shedding of tears. I will not sow seeds of regret. I will not be an aggressor. I will not act guilefully. I will not lay waste. I will not lay waste the plow. What does that say? Okay, I will not waste the plowed land. So littering and things. I will not bear false witness. I will not set my mouth in motion against any person. I will not be wrathful and angry except for a just cause. I will not copulate with a man's wife. I will not copulate with a woman's husband. I will not pollute myself. I will not cause terror. I will not pollute the earth. I will not speak in anger. I will not turn from words of right and truth. I will not utter curses. I will not initiate a quarrel. I will not be excitable or contentious. I will not prejudice. I will not prejudge. What am I reading? You got to forgive me. I will not be an eavesdropper. I will not speak over much. I will not commit treason against my ancestors. I will not waste water. I will not do evil. I will not be arrogant. I will not blaspheme. NTR, and I'm sure she says what that means in the book somewhere. But the Most High, the One Most High. I will not commit fraud. I will not mistreat children. I will not mistreat animals. I will not defraud temple offerings. I will not plunder the dead. NTR. I have to find
NTR is
this.
the nature itself.
Netter.
Neteru.
Neteru. Okay, that's what I thought, but I just didn't wanna because I've never seen it like that NTR, so I wanted to be sure what she meant. Neteru is right there. Yep. See, like I said, I didn't do ancient Kemetic studies and Egyptian studies with the words and things like that. I didn't study that. And so this is it says here Kemetic Nubian philosophy. Kemetic. But it's spelled KHAMITIC. I'm gonna type it in.
MA?
I'm gonna type it in.
You put it into the Facebook chat or
I just put
into
it's
this
on the
chat?
bottom of the it's on the bottom screen.
Kemetic. Okay, Kemetic Nubian philosophy. I never seen it spelled that way.
Me either. And you know, most times when just like we say things different, we write things different. That would be the language of our house. And when you understand that for yourself, you will have respect for that from others that do the same thing without judgment, without question. Just you understand the language of vibration and the vibrations through sound and frequency is how we bypass how things are written, but rather the frequency and sound through vibration is how we truly understand or understand what is being spoken.
Because that Ka
So,
could be like the Ka and the Chi.
right. And it's bringing a new energy, and it's the energy of a Nubian philosophy. And so I think that's significant to the fact that we are the empire of Nubia. And I remember speaking to the Lion King, and greetings and honor to the Lion King. I was speaking with him, and he was having me to, telling me, hey, study this or go look at this, or you know what I'm saying, pay attention to this for more information and insight on the Nubian people. We are the Nubian people. And so I was telling him I'm having a hard time doing that because we are not those people. And see, goes back to I never studied the Egyptology or anything like that. Comedics, none of that. So I'm behind but I'm also futuristic at the same time, because so many people have spent their lives already studying this, that without even studying it, my futuristic communication speaks volumes through frequency, sound, and vibration. And what I don't know is for you to know, to share, because I understand it beyond knowing it, which for a long time didn't make sense to me. My understanding or understanding is beyond knowing it. So that means I came from it. I am it. What you're talking about, I am the physical manifestation of that energy. And I don't have to study myself because it's already installed. Now we're moving forward. Now you understand the energy that's here. Now I'm not the only one, you are. You know what I'm saying? And other people that we like, Daryl Cosmon, like Lazarus Lamel, you know what I'm saying? They are also physical manifestations of this energy. And we must know the language of different groups so that we can understand that we're speaking the same language energetically. So yeah.
Only way to grow.
Exactly. So I'm intrigued more by this book, because it seems as though when I first got the book, I wasn't truly ready to get into it, but now is the time, because it has opened itself up to me. It called me to come pick it up. I didn't say I'm gonna pick that book up tonight. You know, I always have it in a place where it's not hidden and it's not blocked, that it can be seen when I pass it. You know what I'm saying? When I'm in the presence of this book, I can see it. It's very evident and clear to me on a day-to-day basis. And so it's so intriguing that tonight is the night that I picked it up. And it's been so strange today, because I was even, late, just getting into the mode that, okay, I was looking forward to the show. But like I said, I had went into a restful state, because it was like that was like I have gotten to another level. I've entered into an energetic field that is new. And so it's just like being jet lagged, energetically lagged, because of the pull of going through another realm of existence. So if you know, you know. But yeah.
And you know, I know.
I know you know.
It's a daily struggle.
Yep. So it's time for me to get into this book, I see, because I'm looking through it, I'm like, hold on now. Everything that we were just talking about is in this book. And how it relates to today. And all the comedic terms, all the stuff I don't know nothing about, all these people with these names and where they get. I'll be like, whoa. I'll be looking at people when they be using all these names and they don't. I don't know. It'd be too much. If it's 1,000 segments, I'm the real Sekhmet. Will the real Sekhmet please stand up? The real Asar, please stand up. You know what I'm saying? The real Heru, please stand up. All these people using these names.
Well, it's just like with the Moors. They take on the names El, Bey, Day, El, and Al, Ali, and they don't realize when you take them names on, you've actually taken on a job title.
Right.
You've agreed to do some work by wearing them names. It's not a name, it's a title. And they don't even realize the title part and the obligations that come with the names. They just think it's cute.
That
to
part.
be named
That's
Haroon.
that part. That's it. That's it. I'm like, you done took all the just you playing with something that should not be played with. And now, because so many don't play, I gotta come and reinforce.
Yes, ma'am.
From over here, you know what I'm saying? Like, and it's only simply, and my reinforcement is not to tell anybody anything. Point my finger and say you doing this wrong and you need to do this and you need to don't do that. That's not what the reinforcement is in my role. The reinforcement is me coming on this screen and showing myself and having these types of conversations, not off of book smarts, but experience through love, knowledge, and wisdom.
Nope. It's Caesar's job to tell you you're wrong. And how and why you're doing it wrong. And I don't have no problem with telling you that. I'll tell you in 2 seconds. All you gotta do is say it or do it wrong in front of me, and I will let you know in a heartbeat. That ain't right. That ain't how it's supposed to be.
Right. And look at here, this is so crazy. I look over here and it says the Shabaka stone, also referring to the drowning of Osiris and his resuscitation by his wife Isis and her sister Nehet. Okay.
Now, does Shabaka know that about his name?
He does.
Oh, okay, very good.
Yeah, he does. He's aware. He's the one who pointed me in the direction of the Shabaka stone based on his name. So I was like, okay. So in that respect, I expect more from him.
Glad I didn't have to say it because I didn't know about the Shabaka stone. But now since you said, as soon as you said Shabaka stone, that's like having an L or a Bay at the end of your name. You're supposed to be about something. You're supposed to be out here fighting. Not with rigmarole.
Right. Okay. It says for an even older version of our creation story, one can examine the Shabaka stone, now preserved in the British Museum in London, England. It tells us that Ptah, Sekhmet, great mother and father, creator, creatress, became the first ruler, god of the Kemet people. Okay? Kemetians. Ptah and Sekhmet established the Hesepu, Nomes, the states, or administrative divisions of the country, and constructed the temples and shrines. They fashioned the statues and figurines of the Neteru and put them in their places. Egyptologists refer to this time as the rule of the gods. Yep, he has told me that he knows what his name is.
Well, it's time to be a god now, brother.
Yep.
Gods don't worry about what other people be doing, what other people be saying.
Facts.
That's all. It's a new wave of thinking. It's not what they say, it's what we say.
Right. What they say. Not what they say.
At all. It's not what they do, it's what we do.
That's right. Well, let's hear They Say again. You want to hear that song again?
They say?
Yeah.
Yeah, play They Say.
They say. What do they say? They always running their mouth. What do they say? Boom, they say. They always running their mouth. What do they say? They always running their mouth. What do they say? They say a lot, always trying to get in earshot of anyone who will give their ideas a shot or a thought. Always speaking of what they are not, creating an illusion of a mind, the whole time pretending to be the divine, committing spiritual crimes. Got thousands of folks out their minds. They will always lead you wrong. Looking at they find yourself in dismay. They push play like a toy on display to be purchased with money. That's your energy. Now they can control the way which way your mind travels. You go inside of you, see the truth about you. You are the holy divine, sweet as old aged wine. Get out of the devil's land of the idle mind. Know who you are, because you are. They will say whatever they say. They say. What do they say? They always running their mouth. Always trying to get in earshot of anyone who will give their ideas a thought or give it a shot. Always speaking of what they are not, creating an illusion of the mind. The whole time pretending to be one of the divine, committing spiritual crimes. Got thousands of folks out their minds. They will lead you wrong. Looking at they, you find yourself in dismay. They push play like a toy on display to be purchased by money. That's your energy. They control you. And which way your mind travels, you gotta go inside of you to see the truth about you. You are the divine, sweet as old aged wine. Get off the devil's land of an idle mind. Know who you are, because they will always say what they say. What they talking about?
Funny acting, Mike. Islamism.
Islam.
Your lyrics are always right there.
I let somebody listen to one of my songs, just a little piece of a song, and he was like, "Wow, that was some deep. That was a deep message right there." And I was like, I said, all my stuff is pretty much like that. I felt like I went in. If anything, today I let someone know who I am, and they saw it just the same, and it was eye opening because this is a person that I would have passed and not even thought would even be able to feel me and where I was coming from. So that's why we can't judge books by the cover, and always be in presentation of self in your gifts. You know what I'm saying? In your talents, because I'm learning how to present myself as who I am, you know, in my gifts and things. So, and I used to just be, you know, who cares? Nobody's gonna care. You know what I'm saying? Nobody is concerned about what you got going on. Just keep it to yourself. And I'm like, why am I feeling like that? So on purpose, today I stepped out of my shell and I showed myself in the situation that I received the no in. I didn't receive a no because of who I am. I received a no because it is not my time. And today showed me that I have so much further to go. But I'm in the correct alignment.
That's the most important thing, being the right alignment. Everything else will come
Yeah.
right to that alignment.
Okay then. So
Definitely.
I do want to share this real quick. It's the sacred womb prayer, and she's instructing that this prayer is a part of the sacred womb daily spiritual observances. And so I believe in healing our womb. We remember that we have a womb and the importance of the womb has everything to do with how we are presenting ourselves as well as healing ourselves from traumas, from pain and hurt, from even just having the wrong sexual relationships. The womb has been damaged. It has been infiltrated by the wrong energy. So if we don't go into protection and healing of the womb, we're never gonna get through the stuff that we have. The things are held in that. That's why most women have large abdomens. The belly is an accentuated part on a woman's body, especially one that has given birth to children. It's it's not that it's in that it's inevitable. Like you ain't gonna get rid. Some people get rid of it. Some people don't hold that. But that just goes to show you that we're all made differently, and our body is not meant to look the same. There's short people, there's tall people, there's small people, there's big people. Everybody that's big is not unhealthy. Everyone that's small is not healthy. So it's all a matter of your DNA makeup and how you were supposed to exist. I was talking to my friend about this the other day. You got some countries where men won't even talk to you if you slim. They think something's wrong with you. They think sick. They want to feed you. They want to take care of you. They want to heal you because there is something wrong with you. I saw this thing where it was women. You had it was the village. They was this one girl. She was small. She was wishing to be big, but she wasn't. Now we come over here and we ashamed of being big or ashamed of liking someone who's bigger. You know what I'm saying? But they got this whole big back agenda now, and they done made it cute. So it's coming to the point to where you're gonna have to accept people for who they are and where they are. And if you're not into that, then go to what you're into. But you don't have to judge people harshly for how they're living their life. And how and like I said, I'm choosing purposely not to follow the program of anyone. Like I can get information from many different places and then create my own program. And I feel better doing it that way. And it's not to say that I'm creating something new. I'm creating something for me. What works for me? And it may be 5 things out of 10 things that person did that may be beneficial to me. Them other 5 are not beneficial to me. So, I'm going to chew the meat and spit out the fat, and sometimes the fat be tasty too. So, this prayer goes, Divine Mother, give me the power to heal my womb. Bless the wombs of all your daughters and assist us in the healing of our wombs. Restore our faith that we may grow in strength, power, and knowledge as we recapture the purity and sacredness of our womb. May the wombs in all women be born again to the eternal heights as womb healing and wellness spreads over each and every land. Now, I think that is powerful. I think that is beautiful. And I think that is something that was of importance to be read tonight, because that is my prayer for all women. And that's why I felt it was important to have this conversation. And plus, the Caesar over here, Elia, has been advocating for the growth and development of the Stars and the women coming together, to be a strong force in this movement, this what we're doing here. The reason we're here is not to just come on and sit here and talk all night, or to be watched or viewed. Yes, we want viewers to come on that have the mindset to want to be a part of something so great, because it's real, and not to just be here to be here. We're here for a reason. And so, of course, it would be nice to see the elevation of these conversations and bring women into the feed and the conversation to be heard. And so that's why I'm here. That's why we're here. And I'm just excited for what's to come because this is the foundation being laid down right here, and so I just hope that we continue to grow so this message is heard and women do begin to see the significance of the healing of their wounds.
And I'm excited to hear a book from a woman to women about women instead of Steve Harvey or Tyler Perry writing a book.
Right.
Think like a man, act like a woman, or act like a man, think like a woman, whatever it was.
Yeah,
I'm
I
just
don't
glad
know
that.
either.
Yeah. So it's time to put the women back in their seat and take. And this, we're doing this for active participation. We keep saying we're building our own nation. So laws have been written about us and who we are. Certain elements of a nation like finances and stuff, we basically running through all of that by ourselves, making decisions. And it's not just my aunt and I. There are other people involved, like Daryl, Brother Lazarus Lamel, and from the Messiah Code and Owaspe. They're involved too. They got a system that they're operating. We're all one system operating together. And so if you're watching us and you're hearing us and you look like us, this is for active participation of us to come in and help say what our world looks like for our children's future today, not tomorrow. No, we're not talking about waiting for somebody else to tell us. We're doing this ourselves. But it takes all of us. And so there's this word out there. It's a word, but the word is trust. And this trust isn't just like me and you trusting each other or I only trust God. The trust is a business and it's a commercial business. And under the rules of a trust, once a trust is formed, the beneficiaries don't have to know. They don't even have to know. You are in trust through the United States government. You're in a trust. If you have their ID in your pocket, you're in their trust. When you have your own trust, and the trust isn't what we're talking about. The trust was built before us. We're just acting on the trust. So now you're talking about what we're doing. So you have your own trust. Right now you're operating United States trust where you get no respect. You can come over here and make the respect that you deserve as an individual and as a collective. You could sit down and draw it out yourself. No one's gonna come. We're not interfering. We really don't care about your religion. We really don't care about your sexual preference. Just whatever anybody says they're not dealing with, don't bring it to them at all. So this is why we're here, for the active participation. Ask questions, get answers. But we're building a nation, a government of ourselves. North America, Central America, South America, and all the islands belong to us. Now we have to act like it because the rest of the world already know and they respect it. You and I don't know, and we don't respect it. I yield the floor.
No, you're so very right. Um, Excellent points. And it's like my mind just went blank because there's nothing else to say behind that. That is what it is. We're not here to judge anyone for what you choose to do. And you have to be individually working on yourself and willing to be in alliance
collectively as a nation of nations, nations of many tribes. So yeah, I believe that the more people get into self, the more it'll make sense. Because you can have your own business, but you can't win a war alone. And the war is information. It's an info war. It's spiritual warfare. It's these things that you can't really see or put your finger on, because it's coming from so many different directions. You can't bypass the lies. It seems like everything is a lie these days. So, yeah, the Empire of Nubia, the Nubian people, we've been here, we're still here, we will always be here, because we are people of the earth. People of the land.
Remember when Star Sasha read that book and it was talking about the Aboriginals and they asked, where did the Aborigines go? What happened to them?
Yeah.
We're still here.
Yeah, still here.
We're just uncounted. We're still here. We didn't go anywhere. We're not lost.
Not counted properly. And the crazy thing about it is, they've created these new categories. And those categories are the subservient categories. The categories
Negro, black,
African
American.
Right. Those are the people that the ones whose voices matter because of status, not what they look like. Status, class, and status. We don't talk a lot about class and status because we're not viewing ourselves in a class. We're not viewing ourselves in proper status. So of course, nobody's talking about class and status. I ain't saying nobody, but it is not a broad conversation all over the internet. So talking about status, they want to talk about all the paperwork that you got to fill out to say you are who you are. Your blood already said who you are. Your name, your family name has already said who you are. And I mean like generations back. If you go back generations and you still in America, then where did Africa come from? And if you look at different ethnicities and you look at facial features, you will see how different ethnic groups have similar features within their ethnicity. It was the mixing that caused confusion, because now we look like everything. And this ain't just happened 10 years ago. We've been looking like everything because we've been everywhere.
we've
Now
been
the
mixing.
on, and we have been mixing across the globe. So now you got the people, the only people that's reverenced globally in all continents are the fair complected of that ethnic group. It's always the darker complected ones because it's dark skinned everywhere. Please don't let the smooth taste fool you. It's the casting system. It's the categorical mindset. Separation and division. Globally. We are all facing the same circumstances and situations based on how we look. So we got to get over that. It's not how we look, it's what we know.
What we do.
What
we
do.
say.
Yes, that part. Yes. Facts.
It cracks me up when I tell somebody,
what
we do. Black people aren't a nation. And then 5 minutes later in the conversation, they're speaking as if black people are a nation. You don't have the rights to say the stuff you're saying.
Wow.
Oh, we want to build
like
black businesses. Yeah, we want to build black businesses. So you want to build businesses that get destroyed. That's what you just said to me. I want to build businesses that are going to, I want to build bad businesses, black businesses. I want to build businesses for black people. You want to build businesses that are going to get destroyed after they, think about it. Who owns Baby Fat today? And I'm just going to say Baby Fat, and then we go through the whole list. But I'll just start with Baby Fat. Who owns that today? It ain't us.
You want to know
Jay-Z.
I'm sorry. But I just learned that Shaquille O'Neal owns J.C. Penney's.
Does he?
Yes.
Does he own it or have stock in it?
No, he said he asked the question. Somebody asked him something, and he asked the question. Let me ask you, who owns J.C. Penney's, this store, this one, and this one, and that one? And he was like, I do.
I didn't know he owned J.C. Penney.
Me either. I just learned this. And so we hear
a brother started.
Huh?
A brother did start. I thought a brother started J.C. Penney.
I'm not even sure.
I'm looking it up now. On 2020, Brookfield Property Partners and Simon Property Group agreed to purchase it for about $800 million, including $300 million in cash and assuming $500 million in debt. Okay, that says Brookfield Property Partners. It says Mark Zuckerberg is the largest shareholder in the project. January 26, 2024.
And is it true that he no longer owns Facebook? That was bought out by Meta. That's where the Meta came
in. I have to look that one up. Soon.
Okay. Shaq owns 50 brands. That's what this thing said. Okay. Let's talk about Shaquille O'Neal's businesses and brands, his franchises, including the companies he's involved with. Here's a list of his businesses: 24-Hour Fitness Center, Papa John's, Auntie Anne's Pretzels, Car Wash Business, Five Guys. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Five Guys, Big Chicken, and a Krispy Kreme franchise. And so, yeah, this was just an interview. I didn't see the whole interview. It was just a clip. And I'm starting not to trust on the clips. Because they'll piece some stuff together.
From what I know, and because you just used the word franchise, Shaq owns stock in these companies, and like McDonald's is a franchise, so you could buy a McDonald's. He owns a couple other things that you Krispy Kreme, the Big Chicken, but he is not the owner of these different businesses. These, like I said, Brookfield Property Partners and Simon Property Group. They're the ones, they purchased JCPenney for about $800 million, and this was in 2020. And there is no turnover from 2020 as far as owners. So Shaq probably got a lot of money inside JCPenney, but he don't own it.
Okay. See, that, like I said, that was just a little clip. And everything don't be said out like that a lot of times. But that is good to know and understand the difference in owning stock in something and actually owning 100% of it. So it's just like when you start any type of business, one of the things you must identify is how much of the company, what percentage of the company belongs to you. And so if you have so many different partners, each partner gets a specific percentage of that company, which is the stock in that company. So they become stockholders in that company, which makes them an owner, a partnered owner of the company. So he doesn't own it 100%, but he does have stock in it. He's a partnered owner to that company.
Right. So now Jay-Z and Dame Dash don't run Rockefeller Records anymore.
Well, who does?
Oh yeah, I can ask it here.
Okay, Rockefeller Records is a hip-hop record label that was co-founded by Jay-Z, Damon Dash, and Kareem Biggs Burke in 1997. The label agreed to a 50-50 partnership. Let's and distribution deal with Def Jam Recordings, a partner label in 97 and 2004. Def Jam bought 50% of Rockefeller for a reported $10 million. In 2005, Jay-Z, Dash, and Burke sold their remaining 50% stock of Rockefeller to Def Jam, ending their business partnership. So Def Jam got it.
And Def Jam is owned by Universal Music Group.
Yeah, and
we don't own anything.
Right.
We don't own anything because the Black African American, you're not allowed to have it. Once it reaches X amount of dollars in sales, somebody's coming to see you about purchasing that. No, you don't own your music. You make a movie, you don't own that. The system's not set up for people to own anything, because the only persons that they're looking out for are the corporations. And you and I don't know that we're supposed to do everything through a trust so that we can own whatever. Herein lies our flaw. And who taught us what in school?
It's so funny that you say that, because that's so very significant to the lesson that I learned today. That's why I didn't get. I'm not operating in the right setting. I can't do nothing else in this persona. That was my lesson for today. I have to elevate. In front of everybody.
Yes, ma'am.
Yep.
Yes, ma'am.
So that was my lesson for today, and I'm grateful for that lesson today. It put me in another mind, another mode now. Everything finna change.
Has no choice but to.
No choice. I never said this. I'm gonna let it. No, I ain't gonna say it. You already know what's up. It's tomorrow.
It's tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay, I'm lost. Happy Holy Day, though.
Yeah, happy Holy Day. It's gonna be nice. It's gonna be real nice. Let's see. So yeah. I just hit you on the private chat.
Mother Millie just wrote something. Well, she sent one of her notes. Spirit of gratitude, vibe of the day, June 13, 2024. When you want something, don't contradict it with disbelief. Live with confidence that your victory is already complete. Move past asking for what you need and start thanking for its delivery. Put power into your thoughts and actions and keep creating the change you want to welcome. Constantly express unwavering gratitude for the unfolding success in your life. Remember, you are always moving forward to victory. She has nice stuff.
She does. She is so soft-spoken and so sweet. Oh my goodness. Now, when I first learned of Mother Millie, it has been years she's been on the scene, okay? And she's one that's really set back and quiet. And she's always had that motherly vibe about her, which is why I call her Mother Millie. Because she takes you on as her own if you're in need of that motherly affection, attention, and love. She is able and willing to give it. And so it's an honor, excuse me, to have her involved in a new wave of thinking group, and she too is honored to be there. And so we actually spoke the other day. We were exchanging messages, and it was so nice to have that conversation. I was grateful for her to feel comfortable to open up with me, and to hear me, and to know that I have her support and that she has my support. And so yeah, she's very sweet and soft spoken and understanding. She's really a good person, a sweet soul. And I like
I
to
can
see that
vibe with.
diversity in the group.
Yeah, yeah, I like to see that diversity myself. Everybody's coming in from a different angle. When they come in,
When they come
and they
in,
come in
yeah.
good. Yeah, everybody's spirits up. So
Right.
the brother who asked me for the definition of the bro star, I sent him one of the videos to watch. He said 5 hours? That's a long time. I said, well, think of it this way. We're only on 1 day a week, and we stayed on for 5 hours. That's like 1 hour a day
A day.
during the week for meetings. Work 5 days a week. That's 1 hour a day worth of meetings that we actually are on. He said that's still a long time for the host. So
Well,
I don't know if he's watching it.
It's not too long for us because we on here doing it.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, that's the part that was funny to me, that we're on here doing it. He doesn't realize I'm one of the hosts and I'm on here, so he's just talking junk. But I told him to watch the show. He made some good remarks about unity and stuff, but then he threw it to the black thing and African Americans. So we discussed that for a minute, and then he tried to say it was the same thing. More is the same thing. Like, yo, y'all are really blowing this one. Y'all don't hear me talking to you. Keep telling you we're not the same, man. Don't do that. You're diminishing the message that's being sent to you for your own understanding. That's not good.
Right.
That's not good. It's like Stockholm syndrome.
You can't force feed. You can lead the horse to water, but you cannot make it drink. It will drink of the resources that it finds interest, or that interests it.
Indeed.
Yep. So that just because that one chooses not to drink of the waters, don't mean that the well dries up.
Oh no, definitely not.
You know what I'm saying?
Definitely not.
Yeah, so the well is still wet. Agua aquí.
Aquí también.
I see. So it's like that. But yeah, I don't really have too much more to give. I think it would be wise to for me to go through and continue what I started in this book now that it has been reopened to me, and as things are revealed, I could use this course of study to help along the way of reaching to other sacred women. They'll understand the language through the sounds, frequency, and vibrations that are being produced from a source in which they may also be familiar with. And so we can start there. This is a safe starting space.
And we've come up with a working definition for a woman. So from now on, when they have these big conversations in Congress and stuff, they should also know what a woman is without arguing about it or saying they don't understand.
Right.
Because if we know,
This
they
is
gotta
true.
know. They're Congress.
Okay, so in reference to the Bro Star and the Psi Star, the sisters have been reacclaimed as Psi Stars. And so that has become a common usage of word. Bro Star, on the other hand, is not common. And I said, if the sisters are of the stars, so are the brothers. And I was like, ooh, Bro Stars. Because that doesn't, just because you are of masculinity doesn't mean that you're not also a star. So Psi Stars and Bro Stars, and that's how that came about. But as we were talking the other day, you asked for the definition, and I said infinition. And the infinition is the inner knowing of what it means. So the infinition of Psi Star and Bro Star would be the feminine and masculine physical manifestation of who we are as guiding lights expressed through age, experience, knowledge, wisdom, understanding, and understanding is the reason we are. It's not because for the term or title. We are as we do. So it's not the cause. Is what you're saying.
It's not just because.
Yeah. Not just because we are feminine or masculine, but it is also a. It's what we do.
It's a conscious recognition of what we are doing. We are consciously recognizing this, that I must be this guiding light according to my station, and station being experience and age, not a title from anywhere. Just you're 15, that person 13, you're the Bro Star at 15. And if you're somebody 8, the 13-year-old becomes the Bro Star to that 8-year-old. And so since I'm 58, I'm the Bro Star to anybody younger than me. Maybe even some people older than me as a guiding light.
Right. I like the fact that you used the word station, and I found it intriguing when I was reading the Declaration of Independence, and it speaks on it says the station. Let me pull that up real quick because I don't want to. I know I have it somewhere, but I'm not prepared. Are you ready to get off? Because I'm finna get into something else.
Well, let's finish that, what you was getting into. You said the Declaration of
Okay.
Independence.
Yes. Is it the Declaration of Independence?
You could just type the sentence in that you're thinking of, and Google will find that.
Okay. Or is it the Constitution? We the people. That's the Constitution.
It's in the We the People document.
I need to find what I'm talking about because if I keep talking, I'm gonna confuse myself.
You remember the sentence about the station?
I think I got it right. Nope. I'm not. It's not coming up for me, and it must be for a reason. I don't know. I'm gonna find it and bring it back, and because I'm not prepared for that conversation. That's not what this. That's not what we was on tonight. That's something totally different. We can come back to that another time when I have what I'm trying to say, and I'm gonna make the point at the right time. This is not it. So I apologize.
Fair enough.
But yeah,
Fair
I like
enough.
the fact that you
No, that,
used the
that
word
just
station.
gives me reading.
I know I have it somewhere. Because I've done. I've studied it. But I haven't been into it. Hang on just a minute. My mind ain't gonna. I ain't gonna be able to rest. I grabbed the wrong thing. Yes, I did. It ain't meant for it to happen tonight. I promise you that because I'm telling you, I was so sure, and that's the wrong thing. Maybe this is it right here.
I am on the ear right now, brother.
How are you?
I am on the ear right now, brother.
Brother, it has been a while.
I know it's been a while. Y'all haven't sent me anything.
Yeah, I remember you. I think like it has been a while. Let me greet this man of mine, this friend of mine, a great friend of mine. That's been a while indeed. It has been a lot of time since we talked. Actually, my account had a technical error, a certain problem.
Okay. So listen.
Yeah, that's why I went like 3 months without even accessing my account because it's had a little problem.
Okay, I understand, brother. Our last conversation has to do with money. I told you, if y'all want me to handle it, y'all gonna have to pay.
Yes.
Yes. So if that's why you're calling me to talk to me about payments, let me know what you want to do.
Yes. Say again, please.
I said the last time we
Yes.
talked, it's about
Yeah, last
pay.
time we talked,
I want the money.
yeah, you talked.
I want the money.
You want the money.
I want the money. If I do that work, I want the money.
No, you told me I want to order some of the things, $100 and $50, but I went missing, but I'm now back.
Yes, now you're back. So are you ready to pay?
I'm back, and you told me you want to order some chives. I remember. You remember?
Okay. I do remember.
Yes. Tell me.
I do remember.
Very well.
Listen, do Akshita, do you eat chives? Do you eat fresh chives?
I would.
I would. Yes.
I have this brother on here from Africa. They have a whole they got a lot of fruits and vegetables and stuff that they're selling.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's trying to get access to people to buy the stuff. So I'm charging him to build his site.
Yes.
And you know, so he can market himself over here. So we're just looking to see who would be interested in seeing his site and what he has. But he has they have a lot of, and they got shea butter.
I need some shea butter. I will buy. I'm looking for shea butter right now because I don't even trust anything coming from over here anymore.
So let me say this to you again, Prince Duncan.
Yes.
Did we finish the price list?
Yes.
Okay, I don't have a full price list.
You don't have what?
A full price list.
Mm-hmm.
I need a full price list for your products, and then we'll share it with our people and let them buy from you what it is they want.
Oh, for how much do you want?
Listen, I need a price list for how much you're charging.
Oh, full price
For
list.
all the products.
Yes, a full price list for your products, the size of the products, how much it costs, all of that. I need a full price list.
Okay.
Send me a full price list. I will share it out, and then I'll get back with you. But send me the full price list.
Of different kind of.
Yeah. Send me the price list for your different commodities.
Okay. I understand, brother.
Okay, brother. Send that to me, brother. I'm going to send you an email to send it to.
Send what?
I'm giving you an email to send it all to.
Oh, the price list. I can send through the message.
No, send it through the email.
Okay, you want me to send through email?
Yep.
Okay, no problem.
Yep. Send the price list through the email. And then maybe I'll understand it.
Do you have my email?
I'm about to find out. Listen, I just send it to this email, and then I have your email.
Okay.
I just sent you the email. Send me the price list.
You want the full. Okay, you know we have different sizes of the commodities we have.
Write it all down and send it in the email.
Okay.
Send me.
Understand now.
Okay, thank you. Send me the prices in the email.
Okay, send the where is the email? Let me see it. Send your email.
Yeah, I just sent it to you.
Okay.
Okay, send me the prices, brother. Okay. Whoo! got somebody else trying to sell us cocoa and gold, but I haven't clarified if they're legit or not.
Okay. Well,
And get you silver too.
trade. I like silver. But you know what?
Yes, we do.
I'm looking for somebody to do me some gold teeth. I'm ready for my gold teeth.
Oh shoot.
So yeah, I need some gold. But
And
yeah,
every time I turn around, they get their phones stolen over here.
what they got going on?
I don't know. People
You know,
always
when
stealing
you
each
live-
other's phones.
When you live in a society of lack, and that's so be lack. You lack things. You become a taker of things because you always want what you don't have. So and
Sure
not
enough.
willing to do what it takes to get out of those restraints. So you start busting people's heads for what you want because they have it and you don't have it. When you could get it the same way, only that the way you are using language, you're lawfully counted out.
Yes, ma'am.
And so, yep, that's where we are. And I think sometimes, like, what is it gonna take for people to really see the value in changing? See, people expect, so everything is based off of a microwave type of mindset. Everything can be microwaved or just bought from the store. I told my daughter I want to spend this summer in the kitchen making things. My youngest, she likes to play with clay and stuff, but she would be good at kneading dough, making biscuits and bread. You know, let's get these ingredients and start doing these things and get them involved in the kitchen so they can also see that the works of their hands can produce something that they can then consume, which is a healthier choice than going to the store and buying it. And eventually saving you more money by making it at home. It's fresh. So that's the objective for the summer here. Homeschooling again.
I learned how to use a loom.
A loom?
Yes.
I have that. Something told me to buy it. I have a big old rock, like a crystal rock of a loom in my kitchen, and it's just there. And I'm like, one day I'm gonna need this. I don't know why.
No, a loom is a big machine that you run thread or yarn through to make clothing, to make material.
I know what that is too.
I just learned the mechanics.
A loom. Okay.
I just learned the mechanics of it and how it works and what you got to go through to set it up. I've seen them, but when I saw what the lady was doing with it, I said, that's what they use to make material with, isn't it? She said, yeah. I said, no, they use this thread, huh? She said, yeah. I said, ain't that something? And I cut the collar off my shirts, and that's how I figured that out. Everything is just thread. It's just thread run together. That's all material is. I never knew that before until I cut the collars off my shirts and seen how raggedy it got. And I was like, oh, wait a minute. This ain't nothing but thread. That's why when you pull one, it keeps going. It just keeps going and going and going. They think they got a big unraveled mess. It's just thread tied together. Wow, that's all clothes are. It really makes the clothes cheap once you see it like that.
Well, not necessarily. What I see is how each of one of us are thread, and we can create something bigger when we weave ourselves together.
Amen. Amen.
And
I
when
agree with
one
that.
and when one is pulled, it begins a effect of pulling everything else away from what has been stitched together. With proper
Yes,
maintenance
ma'am. I
and
can see
care,
that.
we keep it together rather than it being ripped apart. And even when it is, torn or ripped, a master hand can repair. So
That's
it's
deep.
not gonna be perfect. That's like walking around with patches on your jeans because you didn't have the money to go and buy new jeans, but you wanted to be doing all this stuff and tearing your clothes up, so you gonna have walk around with patches on your clothes, and that became a style.
Oh God, didn't it? Certain things we did, I was ashamed of. I could never wear jeans with patches on them. But I wear a suit jacket with the patch on the elbow. But I couldn't wear a pair of jeans with patches on them. I don't even wear jeans. I don't even entertain jeans.
Not entertaining.
I don't. I can't do it. Either Dockers or slacks. But a pair of jeans, I can't do a pair of jeans.
Yeah. Denim is not as breathable as the body needs, and so I learned that with my daughters. My daughters don't wear denim at all. They cannot stand denim. So what is it about denim?
Well, for me, in the 1929 stock market crash, there were rich people who ended up with poor people clothes, and the poor people clothes turned out to be jeans. So they didn't wear the and that's where I learned it from.
Think about it. Anyone who's in a professional position doesn't wear jeans. They wear slacks.
That's how it used to be. Then when we started becoming professionals, all of a sudden they had dress down day. So now you could wear jeans into that job. It's all mixed up. And if you want to wear a pair of jeans now, it's fine to wear a pair of jeans instead of a suit. Now, Bill Gates don't have a medallion, but he wear jeans.
Yeah, he does wear jeans.
Yes.
Isn't that something? So, yeah. Go back to, people with money don't look like they got money.
Definitely.
Not all the time. But yes, indeed. It has been very interesting tonight because a lot of things were brought up into the conversation that wasn't necessarily planned, but there's been growth and development here tonight, and I'm thankful for that. But I hope that's a legit contact because I would like to purchase some shea butter within reasonable pricing and stuff.
Yes, ma'am. And he just sent me some prices. And so this is what I do. I go back and I'm gonna check all the prices on what he just gave me in grams and find out if this is if it's a box of tea worth of grams and you're charging us this amount of money for it. I don't pass that information on. No, that's not going anywhere. But I see what he wants to what he sent. I see what he sent. But now I gotta do my work on it. So and I refuse to have people in another country robbing us.
I know that's right.
I can't get you out. I'm gonna tear my own hair out of my head.
Real talk.
Yeah, some type of relief. But he got black tea, basil, chives, and rosemary. He got more than that.
I just bought a rosemary plant, and it didn't last too long. It dried out fairly fast. So I gotta learn how to care for a rosemary plant. But I got it intending to make rosemary is also a anti-inflammatory and is antimicrobial and antibacterial, and it also helps with hair growth and pain in the body. It relieves pain in your joints and things like that. So I was intending to make some rosemary oil with the fresh rosemary off the bush, but I'm gonna have to I have to find the right base that I want to use for it. And so since I don't have that, then I haven't used it fast enough. But anyway, I'm gonna get around to doing that. The thing that I'm really trying to focus on is mango seed or oil.
Mango seed oil.
Mango seed oil, and it helps to replenish the skin. Remember I said that medication had my skin all excessively dry, so I'm looking for home remedies to give my skin the proper moisture from the outside, because the medication is on the inside affecting my body. So I'm trying to balance things, and I'm also like taking in teas and things like that with different herbs and spices that also produce that effect inside. Now it's actually working. It's been like 2-3 days now, and it's starting to repair itself. But mango seed oil helps with that, and so I'm going to eat my mangoes and then make the oil out the tea. Make the oil out the seeds.
Nice. I got a mango.
I just made avocado seed or tea, and that was pretty good.
Avocado tea, never had it.
Avocado seed tea.
Avocado seed tea. Okay, never had it.
Yeah, I just had it for the first time the other day, and it was really good. I could drink that. It would make me go to the store just to get like 2 avocados to eat them, and then make the tea out the seed. Cause my daughter even was like, it wouldn't be a Christina kitchen if you didn't have avocado seeds. And I'm like, yeah, because I collect them. And I didn't know why I was collecting them, but I was collecting avocado seeds. And I was like, okay, I got to do something with these avocado seeds. Then I end up throwing them away but I just happen to have several avocado seeds because I keep them everywhere, and so I keep
Never
seeds.
planted them.
I don't, because I was never in a situation or a position where I had the means to really do it or the time or energy to really do it. So now I'm regaining my energy, I'm regaining my strength, my health, my resilience, and all of this stuff that's going on with me. And now I'm in that space where I'm like, okay, now say I told you I just bought the rosemary plant, and I got a mint plant, and so the mint is thriving. And so my daughter and I just picking the leaves off the mint bush and eating it or putting it in our tea, and I put it in my water, things like that. And so as I'm doing these things, I'm also learning the benefits of them on the fly. I'm not documenting much of anything when it comes to that because I'm still in the mode of discovery and seeing what works and what, you know what I'm saying. So I'm learning on the go. I'm always in motion of learning something new. Every moment is a moment to learn in my household, period.
Indeed.
Yep. So I guess it's come to, we almost to that 5 hour mark. 10 minutes till
An hour
it's
for
been
each
5 hours.
An hour for each day of the week. An hour
Yeah,
for each day of the week.
I didn't even look at it like that, but that's a good way to actually go back and watch it. Because it's like we be on here and it be so many things that take place. You can't take all this in one sitting. This is too much for one sitting. Yes, absolutely. So this is a nice foundation and framework for the clips that are to come, that pulls out the information that we have shared, even the stuff that we're getting in the midst of it, like, ooh, that was a major download, you know what I'm saying, and we can build upon those moments. That's why I don't mind going into time like this, because not everybody's going to stay on for 4 and 5 hours listening to us chit chat, but if they do, that means they got to be very much interested in what we talking about, you know.
Yeah, we made some
So
sense.
yeah, yep.
Please like and subscribe.
For sure, like and subscribe and comment, you know, and
Comment.
share it.
All of that. All of that.
Yep.
Remember, this is an interactive thing. It's not just us talking.
Right. Very much so. I have enjoyed this conversation. I have enjoyed the enlightenment of re-entering into the book Sacred Woman by Queen Afua, and diving into a variation of topics, all to uplift fallen humanity and to raise the matriarch.
Well, it has been an honor again, and I thank you. And that is a wonderful book that you pulled out in order to read. And now we look forward to the Side Stars coming on and the Bro Stars coming on in each perspective.
Yep. Thank you. And I appreciate you as well for being that sound voice of enforcing enforcement.
It is an honor.
Yeah.
It is an honor.
Absolutely. So, I guess that's pretty much it. Or we can go ahead and hit the new wave of thinking thing, because we didn't come in with it because we was having some technical difficulties.
That's me.
So we didn't even
both
get
had to
to play
restart.
our song.
Yeah, we both had to restart.
Right, that's crazy. But it happened. And so the weapons that are formed shall not prosper. No one said the weapons would never form. We can't give them
just
the
can't prosper.
ammunition. No, and the only way they can prosper is if we give the ammunition to those holding the weapons.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So I
And
would
I'm
rather use
disarming
my
everybody.
ammunition. Disarming, but also showing what the ammunition looks like, the specs of that ammunition, and what tools it is used for, and how to give that ammunition to the right ones, not the wrong ones, because we have to have some form of protection, and our weapon is our greatest weapon is our tongue, what we speak. So it's about who we're speaking to, because what we speak is the ammunition.
Yes, ma'am.
So
And our defense is what we do or don't do.
yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Basically. Well, it has been another good episode. Interesting, intriguing, insightful, informative episode of a new wave of thinking.
Yes, ma'am. Wave.
Welcome to a new wave.
Hope is gonna be
of
mad that I
thinking.
told his secret.
You're here with Akshita Veda L and El Yagar.
I'm sorry, hold on. Wait a minute. What did you say?
I was being facetious. The Pope is going to be mad that I told his secret.
Oh. Oh, well, of course, because the people by no means of doubt are going to believe you when they hear you. They're gonna know that what you speak is true.
Amen.
All right. Here we go. Thank you.
It's we the people of the Empire of Nubia. Get ready to open your mind, sit back and unwind to take in the discussion, to prepare us to win. We are sovereign. We are law. We coming with concepts here that are fundamental building blocks, focusing on principles, thoughts, and beliefs. We're here to shake you up, to wake you up. Islamism. The masses is suffering with temporary mental illness of cognitive dissonance. Open up your mind. We are speaking from experience, various perceptions, while we maintain effective communication in the lines of respect. Our thoughts become connected through human cognition. which is the process of acquiring new information and understanding based on personal experience and relatable topics of discussion. We are the currency of the know, knowledge, wisdom through love, bringing peace, justice, and truth of thinking as we gain freedom. Freedom in the mind. Open up your mind. Freedom of the mind. It's divine. To be one in unity, togetherness, you and me, we become we. And we are the change that we want to see. It is our time now. Wave of thinking. So come and get ready as we bring a new wave of thinking. It's a new wave of thinking. New wave of thinking.
Islamism, I love it.
Islamism. You went in on that beat. I just wanted to say that I really like that. The more and more I hear it, I'm like, I really dig that.
Thank you. The lyrics. Oh, did you listen to the other 5 that I sent from off email address?
The other side.
The other 5. I sent 5 more songs from a different email address, from an incognito email address.
I saw something. Let me see. Where did you send it to?
Empire Nubia. Official Empire Nubia. Wait, I'm about to type you the name that it was in. And because I had gotten hacked a couple of times, I made this address so I could hide certain things that I'm doing. I don't want people to know that it's me. So I made another fake address, email address, just to use.
I believe I got something from you from there before, or I used that email before. I've seen that email.
It's just been like 3 or 4 days ago, maybe a week. Shoot, maybe 2 weeks. I know.
I know you sent you sent several tracks, and I started listening to them, but I couldn't remember where I got it at. You understand what I'm saying? So can you please just you don't have to resend the stuff. Just shoot me a email from that one so I can get a ding on it and it'll put it up to the top.
Okay. Now I gotta find that phone.
Well, you don't have to do it tonight, but because I'm gonna find it.
I can't find the phone. And why I lose the phone?
You said, why did I lose the phone? Why did I lose it?
This is why I call myself crazy names sometimes, because I do stuff. I pick stuff up, I put it down.
It's not the phone.
And I don't even realize And sometimes, and this has been happening to me since I was a kid, so it's not age. I'll leave the house.
Right now.
Straight. And then all of a sudden, I remember 2 or 3 things I was supposed to leave the house, but I'm already halfway to where I'm going. I got to come all the way back to get. I be mad at myself.
I do stuff like that all the time. Look, it was once known that before I'm ready to walk out the house, I walk out and I'm always gonna walk right back in, and I go in and I spin in a circle, and I in my mind as I'm spinning the circle, I am gazing through the entire scene to see if there's anything that I could possibly be forgetting in any direction. Because oh my goodness, yes, I be forgetting.
It bothers me when I do that. It really bothers me.
Yeah, but that's life. That's life. So but we still on here. It's a new way of thinking. So yeah, I'm definitely gonna get into this book though, and building off of this, because this is a good start to understand. And this ain't something that you got to read in totality. You know what I'm saying? This is something that you can just open up to any page, any chapter, and start after you have read or understand how to use the book based on what was intended by the author. But then at the same time, when you're divinely guided to go into a resource for information, it's usually not in order that the author wrote it in. And so it's okay to skip around in this book right here, and I really like that. And I was like, this is like the Bible for womanhood, like the womanhood Bible. And she even states it as such, like this is the women's Bible, the Bible of the womb. Yep, it's a great resource.
Yeah, I've never heard of that book.
No.
And that's my whole point. I heard Tyler Perry and Steve Harvey wrote a book for women, but I never heard about the woman who wrote a book for women.
Okay, so look, do you want to know how I even learned about this book? And it's so crazy because this is a source that I would have never thought I would have got this from, and it shocked me. It was Angela Yee, and she was interviewing Queen Afua. And I didn't even know that Queen Afua was from the tri-state area. And you know that the tri-state area, although it's large, it's very small. If anybody doing anything knows anybody doing anything. You know what I'm saying? You got to be in the mix. And so if you ain't in the mix in that area, you just left all the way out. You know what I'm saying? And so that's why I believe so many people from that area are such dedicated hustlers. You know what I'm saying? Because you got to get in where you fit in. And if you don't, you just won't get in. So,
sure enough.
And so that's the area I believe, if I'm not mistaken, because I only saw one little clip. I haven't done an extensive study, so my memory may not serve me right or correctly. But I remember seeing this interview with Angela Yee and Queen Afua. And I didn't see the whole thing. I just saw, like, I was like, oh man, I would have never thought that Angela Yee would know someone like that. You know what I'm saying? To be interviewing, because a lot of the conversations that they have are very
Degrading.
yes. I mean everything. I mean, okay, I get it. We grown. Everybody has all these different angles to themselves. You know what I'm saying? But when we live in a world that is heavily just drenched with it, it's like there's no positive communication happening between women. There is, but it's very far few in between, and they're not very high in the algorithm. You got to really go and dig for this information, you know, or it's surrounded by individualism rather than a collective. You know what I'm saying? Unification. It ain't nothing like that. It's all about me.
You got the red pill men jumping in on their conversations, calling them names and telling them they're worthless and they're not into. I heard somebody call them red pill men.
I ain't never heard that before. I'm like, red pill. But yeah, that has happened to me. I said, I've been in the midst of men who say they love women. They say they prefer. Let me say this. Say they prefer women, but they have no love for women. They have love for men.
Wait a minute. I prefer beef ribs over another cut of steak. I prefer to have beef ribs over a T-bone. But see, I could have a T-bone if I want to, but I prefer to have the ribs. You can't prefer to have a woman.
No, what I mean is they're in relationships with women.
A man can't say I prefer to have a woman. Boy, you're gonna have a woman. That's all there is to it. If you prefer to have a woman, that means you take a man or something. I ain't built for that conversation.
But guess what?
I get too technical.
These type of men, they team up and they hate women, openly hate women, but secretly adore them at the same time, or envious of them because they want to be a woman, but they're not cross-dressing. They're not, you know what I'm saying? In that openness of saying or even maybe not that they want to be sexually interactive with a man, but the persona of a woman and the power that a woman has just in her femininity. Men are attracted to that, and I believe they're attracted to that and ultimately hate that is because they've never they didn't really receive a nurturing mother's love. So they identify with femininity in themselves, but it hasn't been explained and it hasn't been shown to them in such a way that they can use it for their benefit rather than to hate a woman because she's not feminine enough.
I as a man, I can say nothing.
No, but does
I
that make sense?
never judge if she's not feminine enough. If she's acting
That's
like
like
a
the
woman.
But what is a woman?
She's the womb of the mind. A man with a mind.
Right.
With a womb.
Okay.
So
Okay.
as long as she's acting like a woman.
Acting like a woman.
I think the definitions are wrong.
And
You have
that's the
some
problem.
women.
They're not acting like women.
The women aren't acting like women.
Yes.
I can see that too.
The men are acting like women.
One thing I can say is that's the sneaky stuff. That's the down low stuff that's behind all these conversations that when I hear them. And this is what I hear the brothers explaining without explaining it, especially if you would dare in a conversation say, I prefer to be with a woman. You're telling on yourself. You're telling us something that's better kept to you if you don't want it out in the public. Because if you say it around me, I'm gonna stick it out. You're gonna have to explain what did you mean by you prefer women? Why? What else is there for you to compare with to prefer a woman? That's a specific word right there that you're using. You prefer women. That is specific. Maybe I'm just, I'm too simple. I don't know, but I know what I heard. I could read. I'm gonna tell you right now, I could read. So, and I like playing with words. So I don't know. Oh, you know what I learned how to do this week?
What?
Sudoku.
Oh man, look, that's one of my challenging goals. You know how to do it? Would you teach me one day? Like we can even come on here and learn it on here.
I figured out the trick, and I filled up one line. Now I got to fill up the rest of them. But the trick, oh my God! Once you see the trick, you're gonna be like, oh, that was too simple. Yep, that was the trick the whole time, right there in front of it. It was sitting right in front of our faces, and we let all the squares and the numbers confuse us. But in those squares and the numbers they put in, they gave us the answer.
Yeah, I'm more intrigued now. Because every time I see a Sudoku book, I really want to buy it. Because I done bought them before. Look, I done bought so many books and curriculums. I just get tired of buying things now. But now I'm like, I need to get me one of those books. And so here you go bringing it up. So now I know the next time I see a Sudoku, I am grabbing it up.
That's my version of the book. I saw this somewhere. I took it out. I must have had it laying around for like 6-7 months. I picked it up the other day. I looked at it. I studied it. And I said, oh, wait a minute. So on another piece of paper, I wrote the numbers in and I made them fit. I said, oh, hold up now. So now I'm playing with all the numbers going in, all the squares, because you already gave me one.
Oh, wow. Okay, then. Well, I'm looking forward to that one. Learning to play Sudoku.
Yeah, I love the puzzle games.
I love puzzles. verbal puzzles, emotional puzzles.
Now, I don't know about the emotional puzzle.
I like them because that's where you figure out where a person is in their emotions. You got to know your own stuff and your own reactions. If you know that, then you can recognize it in other people and piece together what's going on with them. I read. You said you can read. I can read too. I read people.
That's a good habit to have.
I should have studied anthropology. I'm a natural anthropologist. It comes with the program. It's included.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
I had to teach grandson the other day about body language and lying. He was answering me, but his eyes kept cutting to the corner. And boy, I smacked them eyes right out your head. Boy, I smack them right in the corner they looking at. You can't look me in the eye, answer yes or no. You lying to me. Why you say that? I said, because that's body language. You don't understand that yet, though. Go about yourself before I get mad now. Stand there lying to me for no reason.
Before I get mad now. Okay. That's what's up. That's how I get my lessons as well. As it's happening right then and right there. We're gonna touch it right now because it's right there and presenting itself. And here's the deal. Once it presents itself, that is the time to teach about it. And that's basically how my homeschool curriculum proceeded. Very unorthodox. So yep. Polarity.
Okay, I guess I'll have some tea. Tonight. I guess I'll have a cup of tea and then call it a night.
Yeah, it's about that time because we done went over we done played the theme song and kept on talking.
Oh, yes, we did. Yes, we did.
All right, but it's all good. It's been a pleasure, and I'm looking forward to seeing you next week. And maybe sometime between then and there, we could discuss what we're gonna talk about next week.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Your honor. Thank you for your time. Thank you all for your time. Please like and subscribe. Tell a friend about us. We'll see you next Thursday, 10 o'clock on the East Coast, 7 o'clock on the West Coast.
That's right. Thank you.
Peace and love, Sci Star.
Peace and love, Bro Star.